Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Amityville BOE School District Reorganization Meeting. Today's date is July 8th, 2025. We'll call the meeting to order at 5:04 p.m. In attendance at this meeting right now is myself, Board President Lisa Johnson, First Vice President Carol Seahawk, Second Vice President Megan Messman, Trustee Leslie Kretz, Caroline Fanning, and Chris Neer. And Juan Leon is here, but stepped out of the room for a moment. Also, our Superintendent, Dr. Talbot, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, Barry Stevens, our Interim Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operation, Mr. Richard Snyder, and Legal Counsel, John Sheen. At this point in time, at 5:45, can I have a motion to enter into executive session for advice from counsel? So a particular person's employment history.
Yes.
Usually you go a little bit longer.
Megan Messman and Carol Seahawk. I was going, so advice from counsel and particular person's employment history. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 6-0. We will resume our meeting at 7:30, and that will be the reorganization meeting at 7:30. Thank you for attending this open session.
Jan, I'm an attorney with the Law Office of Gercio and Gercio. I'd like to call to order the annual reorganizational meeting for the Board of Education of the Amityville Union Free School District. Please note the emergency exits closest to you. Smoking is not allowed on school grounds. And please silence your cell phones during the board's business. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag of the United States of America is the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will administer the oath of office to the newly elected board members of the Board of Education and conduct the signing of the oath office book. First is Mr. Christopher Neering. Please rise. Repeat after me. I state your name. I, Christopher Neering, do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. That I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York. And the Constitution of the State of New York. And I will faithfully discharge. And I will faithfully discharge the duties of a member of Board of Education. And the duties of a member of Board of Education of the Amityville Union Free School District. Of the Amityville Union Free School District. I point to the best of my ability. Supported to the best of my ability. Congratulations. Thank you. The next is Mr. Juan Leon. Please rise. Solemnly swear of the United States and for the Constitution of the United States, to the Constitution of the State of New York, the Constitution of the State of New York, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Board Trustee of the Amityville Union Free School District, the office of Board Trustee of the Amityville Union Free School District, according to the best of my ability, according to the best of my ability. Congratulations. This time, I would like to administer the oath of office to the student ex officio board member, Saray Mullins. I get that?
Soraya.
Soraya Mullins. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. You solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of student ex officio according to the best of my abilities. Now call Aaliyah McQueen, student ex officio member. Repeat after me. I state your name. You solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of student ex officio according to the best of my ability. Congratulations. At this time, understand that the student ex officio members would like to make a statement. Soraya?
Good evening, community members and board members. My name is Sarai Mullings. I'm going into 11th grade, and I'm truly honored to represent my school and community as a student ex officio board member. Throughout my time in Amityville, I have always made it a priority to advocate for my peers. In this new role, I look forward to continuing that advocacy while also strengthening my communication and collaboration skills. I'm excited to share my experiences at Amityville Memorial High School with the board by presenting a monthly student report at public board meetings. These reports will highlight important aspects of student life, including academics, athletics, the arts and music, special events, and most importantly, student voices. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to serve in this role and look forward to embarking on this new journey for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Aaliyah?
Hi, I'm Amityville McQueen. I'm 16 years old, and for the upcoming 25-26 school year, I will be a senior. I take pride in helping out within my community and being involved within my school. Hence why I'm a part of the National Honor Society and the Tri-M Music Honor Society, along with attending school events and community services held at the Amityville Public Library. Since this will be my last year in high school, I want the school year to be just as, if not more successful than last year. I'm honored to be a part of this. One of the student board members, and my goals are to be an example for my peers, keep the school in the know about what upcoming events are happening within the school/community, and express any concerns that my peers may have.
Thank you very much. I will now call for nominations for the office of President of the Board of Education.
I nominate Megan Messman. I nominate Lisa.
Hold on. I got paperwork to do here. Board runs a little different with John. I have trustee Fanning nominating trustee Messman. Any other nominations?
I'm nominating Lisa Johnson.
trustee Seoff, nominating trustee Johnson. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I ask for a motion to close the nominations for president. May I have a motion?
Second.
I have motion by trustee Johnson with a second by trustee Leon. Nearing, excuse me. Okay, now this is a roll call vote.
Do we have to just vote on, because it's first and second, do we need to vote?
Excuse me.
Do we need to vote to close the nomination?
Oh, vote to close the nominations. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, trustee Johnson. Okay, the first nomination was for trustee Messman. Trustee Fanning,
Yes.
trustee Seoff,
No.
trustee Johnson,
No.
trustee Messman,
Yes.
trustee Nearing,
No.
trustee Leon.
Yes.
Trustee Kretz.
No.
Nomination fails 3-4. Have a nomination for trustee Johnson, trustee Fanning,
No.
trustee Seehoff,
Yes.
trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Messman,
No.
trustee Nearing,
Yes.
trustee Leon. No. Trustee Kretz.
Yes.
That nomination passes 4-3. Congratulations. Of the Amityville BOE Mtg. Or you got my building. I will now hand the meeting over to trustee Johnson as board president.
Thank you, Mr. Sheen. At this point in time, I call for the nominations of first vice president.
I nominate
Megan
Juan Leon.
Anderson.
Trustee Naren. Nominated Leon. Are there any other nominations for first?
I
vice
nominate
president?
Megan Messman.
Trustee Fannin. Nominated Megan. Are there any other nominations for first vice president? Seeing none, all those Can I have a motion to close the nominations for first vice president?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Carol Seehoff, Caroline Fanning, all those in favor of closing nomination? for
Aye.
first-
Aye.
Aye. Did you, Megan, too?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. I call for the first vice president. Juan Leon. And I will do a roll call. Trustee Fanning,
No.
trustee Seehoff,
Yes.
Johnson, yes. Megan,
No.
Nearing,
Yes.
Leon,
No.
and Kretz.
Yes.
So it passes 4-3. I call, I have to do the other one still, correct, for the first, okay. For the first vice president. Megan Messman.
Oh, you don't have, wait, no.
Well,
I'm sorry.
it came out 4-3. Do I still need to do Megan?
No.
Okay, all right. So it is now closed. Juan Leon is declared first vice president. For John. Yeah. I'm sorry, nominations are closed. Sorry. For first vice president. Right.
Oh.
Okay, all right, sorry. I'm sorry. I call for nominations for the office of second vice
I
president.
nominate Megan
nominate-
Messman.
I nominate Chris
Hold
Nearing.
hold on. Trustee Fanning. Trustee Megan Messman for second vice president. Any other nominations for second vice president?
I nominate Chris Nearing.
Trustee Seahawk nominated. No. Trustees nominated trustee Nearing. Any other nominations for second vice president? Hearing and seeing none, can I have a motion to close the nominations for second vice president?
Moved.
Carol Seahawk, Leslie Kretz, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Calling for the vote for second vice president for Megan Messman. I'll start off with Caroline Fanning,
Yes.
trustee Seahawk,
No.
trustee Johnson. Yes. No. Messman,
Yes.
Nearing,
No.
Leon,
Yes.
Kretz.
No.
Motion fails 3-4. Call for the vote for second vice president for Chris Nearing. Start with Caroline trustee Fanning.
No.
Trustee Seehoff,
Yes.
trustee Johnson. Yes.
No.
Megan Messman is no. Nearing,
Yes.
Leon,
Yes.
Kretz,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0. So congratulations, Juan Leon for first vice president and Christiane for second vice president.
Will now administer the oath to the first vice president. I will now administer the oath to the second vice president.
Right. I'm going down to agenda item 4B, which is the appointment of the deputy district clerk, which is going to be our interim, Mr. Richard Snyder. So can I have a motion for the appointment of the deputy district clerk, Mr. Richard Snyder, the interim assistant superintendent for finance and operation?
Second.
Carol Seehoff, Juan Leon, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Congratulations. Mr. Sheen, do you want me to keep going down the line and then,
Yes.
okay. Can I have a motion for the appointment of our district treasurer? I'm sorry, my papers are out of order. Apologize. I am, so, can I have an appointment? Can I have a motion for the appointment of the district treasurer?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nearen, Megan Messman. Any questions about this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. And there's no motion for 4D. So Mr. Sheen, I'm now finished with this portion. I know, you have to do your oath, yeah, but it has to do. Mrs. Sheenan,
Yes.
I'm up to you now. For deputy district clerk and for the superintendent of schools for taking the oath.
Okay. I now administer the oath to Mr. Rich Schneider as deputy district clerk. According to the best of my ability.
Does the Board of Education need me to do anything from 5A down to 5II separately?
Yes. You
How,
can
how far down can I go?
5A to 5W.
Is everyone okay with 5A down to 5W? Can I have a motion for the appointments for 5A down to 5W?
So moved. Second.
Leslie Kretz is first. Carol Seehoff is second. Any discussion on these items? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Just give me 1 second, please. Can I have a motion for agenda item X1, please?
So moved.
Second.
Carol Seehoff, Caroline Fanning. Any questions on this agenda item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item X2? Please,
Motion.
Caroline Fanning,
Second.
Carol Seehoff. Any questions on this item? See, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda X3, please?
Motion.
Second.
Caroline Fanning, Leslie Kretz. Any questions or discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item X4, please?
Move. Second.
Who was the move?
Leslie. Second.
Leslie Kretz. Carol Seehoff. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hold on a second, I gotta get the ayes first. So that was Leon, Kretz, Nieren, did I, anything from you or no?
Aye.
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 Seehoff was aye, Johnson is aye. All those opposed? No,
Opposed. Opposed.
Caroline Fanning and Megan Messon. The motion carries 5-2. Can I have a motion for agenda item X5, please?
So moved.
Second.
Leslie Kretz, Caroline Fanning. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Can I do agenda items Y down to double I together? Anyone needed to be done separately?
No. No.
Can I have a motion for agenda items? Hold on 1 sec.
Aye.
Oh, papers. are falling. Yeah, I'm looking for the number. I apologize. 5Y to 5II.
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nearing is first, Leslie Kretz is second. Any discussion on any of these items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 6A 1 through 4?
So moved.
Second.
Leslie Kretz, Chris Neering, any discussion on these items?
Yes, Madam President, discussion. The bank designation New York class did not appear on last year's reorganization meeting. So this appears to be a new financial institution that we are using. Can someone please talk about the purpose of this financial institution?
New York class is a
Just speak
banking.
more into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, better.
New York class is a banking cooperative that typically offers slightly more advantageous interest rates. So the intention there would be to take what excess cash we have and instead of investing it in some of the other banks that you see there, to move it to class to take advantage of their higher rates.
Would you know offhand what kind of funds would be stored here? The amount of the funds or interest rate or anything like that?
I'm not aware of the interest rates off the top of my head, sir, but the funding that would go in there typically would be no less than what the district has in fund balance and reserves, which is approximately 7.5 million. At the beginning of the year, when state aid comes in and tax levy revenue starts coming in January, we'll typically have more cash on hand and we'll be able to push more money into a bank like class to earn more interest. But as the year goes on and expenditures get met, what you're typically left with is the fund balance and reserves of 7.5 million.
Thank you.
Any other questions on these items? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 7-0. I need to amend the agenda to add under 6B, to add 6B3, Newsday. Because in the backup, it has Newsday. So can I have a motion to amend the agenda to add 6B3, Newsday?
Motion.
Chris Neering, Carol Seehoff. Any discussion on this item? As stated, that the Newsday is noted in the backup. We're just putting it on the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda items 6B1 through 6B3?
Motion.
Second.
Caroline Fanning, Leslie Kretz. Any other discussion on these items? All those in favor? Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda items 6C1 and 2?
Motion.
Chris Nairn is first. Carol Seehoff is second. Any questions regarding these items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I do agenda items 7A to 7K altogether, or do I need to do them separately? Can I have a motion for agenda items for 7A through 7K, please?
Motion.
Second.
Caroline Fanning, Chris Neering, any discussion on these items?
Yeah, I have a point to make and a question. 7I, the code of conduct. We are just affirming that the code of conduct that is being adopted is the same code of conduct from last year, which is posted on the website for the year 2024, 2025. So nothing has changed.
Correct. No changes. The cover pages will be updated accordingly after tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you. I had a question about 7J, the readoption of the purchasing policy. Is that policy number 6700?
I'm looking at my backup.
If it doesn't come to mind, I just don't understand why this policy is so important that it needs to be specified here. And I just I looked it up, it was last updated in 2018. So something that seems to be updated re-updated every year and yet it hasn't been updated since 2018. Why is it so important?
So annually, we do have to readopt certain policies. One of those is the code of conduct, another is the purchasing policy. So if it has not been updated since 2018, that means we've been following that policy to now. And if there are changes that we do need to make, we should bring it to the policy committee meeting to update it.
Okay. Well, okay, this kind of segues into another question further down, so I'll just wait until we get to, policy question further down.
Any other questions on these items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Can I do agenda items 8A through 8E altogether?
Motion.
Can I, Caroline Fanning for 8A through 8E? Is there a second?
Second.
No. E, right. Hold on a minute. All right, so just for clarification, in the backup, it has 8A down to 8G. So I'll keep the motion on the table for 8A to 8E, and then we can go back to F and G. If that's okay with the board. So any questions regarding agenda items 8A through 8E?
No.
Right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Yes, please. Tell me.
The G, which is on page 16,
F and G.
that was a part of 7. G, petty cash funds, which we voted on in 7.
Just for clarification, are you stating that for 8G, 8G where it says all other personnel covered by a blanket bond?
So 8A is bonding of personnel. And then there are sub letters listing those named positions who are covered under the bond.
Are
So
the-
that G would not be a
I
separate.
see what you're saying. Okay, all right, that was my, okay. Any clarification on this? Everyone understand what happened here?
Let
Go
me,
ahead.
let me ask,
No.
because the backup includes,
Yeah,
the backup includes bonding for the assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction. And we did not approve that on the agenda.
right,
And what else is missing?
It's C and D.
yeah,
And it's C and D, Assistant
the
Superintendent
table.
for Human Resources.
right,
So those were left off the agenda for voting.
yeah.
Well, superintendent is, all these other ones are still in there, just in a different order. I'm not sure how this happened.
So, right now, so just for clarification, on the agenda, it has under 8A, the school district treasurer. That's correct. 8B has the assistant superintendent for finance and operation. That's correct. On the agenda it has 8C as claims auditor, but on the backup, it's listed as 8E. On the agenda, it has 8D as a superintendent. On the backup, it's listed as 8F. And then 8E is other personnel covered by a blanket bond, and it's listed as 8G. So legal, I just need a little bit of guidance. So being that the lettering is off, but we did vote for these individuals, do I need to rescind that motion and start all over again?
You don't need to rescind the motion, you just need to add C and D.
Okay, just want to make sure. Can I have a motion for agenda item 8C, which would be Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, and 8D, the Assistant Superintendent for human resources.
No, no. E, that's so C and D will be added as F and G.
Sorry.
So you're gonna amend the agenda to add F and G as Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and
Okay.
Instruction, and then
Can I,
G, go ahead.
okay, I'm gonna amend the agenda to add 8F as the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. I'll do them one by one. Carol Seehoff is first. Leslie Kretz is second. Any question or clarification on this item? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Can I have a motion for agenda item 8F, please?
Motion.
Megan Messman is first. Leslie Kretz is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion to amend the agenda to add 8G, which would be the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources?
Second.
Carol Seehoff is first. Chris Nairn is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can I have a motion for agenda item 8G?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nairn, Megan Messman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Up to 9A. Can I have a motion for agenda item 9A, please?
Motion.
I don't, I rescind that motion. Sorry. Can I have a motion for agenda items 9A through 9C?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nairn is first. Megan Messman is second. Any questions regarding these items?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 10A?
Second.
Carol Seehoff, Chris Nairn. Any questions regarding this agenda item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. So for the appointment of the, each of the committees, I'm going to do them separately. All right. Can I have a motion for agenda item 11A, which is the policy committee?
Motion.
Second.
That's Caroline Fanning and Chris Nairn. So now the discussion is, the members for the policy committee.
So I guess first too, there's an error that it should be 3 board members.
You know what? That's correct.
Because there's 7 trustees, 3 committees, so we have 3, 2, and 2.
So, but on the same token, all the other committees have 2.
Mhm.
Do we need 3 for the policy committee?
We
That's
had
just-
3 last year.
But do we need 3?
There was times where only 2 of us could attend the meeting, so it still has add substance to it.
Okay. So I can just change it to 3, correct? I don't have to go through. Oh, can I have a motion to amend it to? Okay. Can I have a motion to amend it, to change it
Can,
from,
before you start that, I have there's another thing that's different about this from last year. In last year's item, there's a sentence, the Board of Ed hereby authorizes the readoption and continuation of the district's policies currently approved. That's not included in this year's.
So legal was consulted on that, and last year that sentence was struck from the approval. because it was not necessary to add it or to approve all of the policies that were in place.
Right, so there's no legal obligation to reappoint all your policies and roll them over at the reorg meeting year to year. The code of conduct and purchasing have to be readopted, and they were, but there's no obligation to have that blanket statement that all policies are readopted. They're
Once
adopted.
they're adopted, they're adopted.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
So can I have a motion to amend 11A to add, to change the number from 2 board members to 3?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nearen, Caroline Fanning. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Now that it's amended, now can I have a motion? Well, not yet. So now we're up to discussion in terms of what to be in a policy committee.
Okay, I would like to be on the policy committee.
I would like to be on. Megan, Lisa, anyone else want to be on the policy committee?
I would also like to be on.
Chris. So Lisa, Megan, and Chris. Everyone's okay with that? All right. So can I have a motion? I already got the motion. So the vote is now going to be for the policy committee for 3 board members, Lisa Johnson, Megan Messman, and Chris Nairn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. For the safety committee, can I have a motion for the safety committee? Leslie Kretz. Carol Seehoff. What board members would like to be on the safety committee?
I would like to. I'll be on it as well.
Leslie Kretz and Carol Seehoff.
So can I just say that we had other members as well last year on the safety committee because we opened it up to the community. We had additional representatives, so this doesn't reflect where we landed with the health and safety committee.
But that, it still will allow other community members to be part of this committee because they're not appointed, correct? We didn't appoint them, they just,
So this just says that they're appointed to the safety committee. The safety committee is as per policy.
Right.
So it's
and-
like, these are the required individuals. 'Cause
Right,
We
so
had like,
these are the ones that are being appointed by the board.
right, because then we had opened it up for community member participation, so we would still
You still do that.
strive to do that and involve, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Stakeholders are required for that policy.
any other questions or comments on this? All right, all those in favor of Leslie Kretz and Carol Seehoff for the safety committee?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? So motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for the wellness committee?
Motion.
Chris Nearing, Caroline Fanning. Who would like to be on the wellness committee?
I'll serve.
Juan,
I was on it last year and I'll stay on.
Caroline. All right. All those in favor of Juan Leon and Caroline Fanning?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for the audit committee?
Motion.
Chris Nearen and Leslie Kretz. The one thing that I would like to consider for this year, for right now, just appoint the board, but I really would like the board to open it up to, and not have the board to be the audit committee, just to, because we had talked about this before, but maybe consider having community members and whatnot to be part of the audit committee. But for right now, we'll have the board, but let's look into this and address it
You
relatively
mean
quickly.
community members in addition to the board?
There's different ways that it can be done in terms of the audit committee. Some school districts have it as all community members. Some school districts have it as a mixture of community members and board of education.
What are you advocating for?
I'm open. That's why I'm open for the discussion on it.
I would advocate for it being like the wellness committee, which this year, similar to the safety committee, had other stakeholders, but well, it was supposed to have 2 board members. I was the only board member on it this past year. But for the audit committee, I certainly think there should be board members on it.
Yeah, I didn't have a preference for one or the other. It's just, I wanted to bring up for discussion, but I just for now, if it's okay, we can just appoint the board as the audit committee, but then move quickly to look to change it within the next month or two to have the audit committee that would just have two board members and to determine who else will be on, selection process for the audit committee.
Yeah, that's permissible, just that in terms of the timing of it,
Got to do it
you will
quickly.
have your end of the year audit, which is an audit committee function.
Right.
So
We
if
have
you
to do it
want to,
quickly.
if you're going to make that change, just be wary of the timeline,
Are you referring to the external or internal?
external.
Madam President, if I can give you my opinion, my opinion would be to keep the board as the auditing committee. I believe that every board member should at least have working knowledge of that aspect of the finances and should be able to ask questions and weigh in on that. I think every board member should be afforded that and have that knowledge when it comes to finances.
Okay. Thank you.
That I have a similar opinion. I would just leave it as it is because I thought we were having a presentation from, I guess, the internal auditor, like that was scheduled for July. And as John said, this is gonna move quickly. So,
That's fine.
Well,
Go ahead.
to build upon that, you could have a more robust audit committee that includes community members that meets once a month. But then the bare minimum we should be doing and have not been doing is having an annual meeting with, we do have the annual meeting with the external auditor. Actually, last year there were two. It was at the reorg meeting where Alan Yu kind of gave his introductory spiel about what would happen, but not actual findings. But we're still waiting to put on the calendar the internal audit meeting, which should be with the entire board. But that I don't think would preclude another bigger committee that includes community members, kind of serving as a function or in a similar capacity to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. So one does not necessarily cancel out the other.
So I'm just bringing it up for now and we can vote on this. So I'm like you, Carolyn, I'm okay with having, community members on the committee. So we'll vote on this and then we need to revisit this and to make a decision what we're going to do. And I heard Juan and I heard Megan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 12A, please?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nerin is first. Carol Seoff is second. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
One
I
sec-
will.
Oh,
one
go,
second,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
1 second. I just, what is the,
We can't hear you.
okay, hold on. Oh,
Page 19.
yeah,
19.
there we go. We have the list in our backup for who gets or is available for cell phones. What is summer athletics? Does that mean the director?
Dr. Talbert.
If it's needed, then the director or his appointee would get a cell phone on an as-needed basis.
I had a similar question. I don't, like the district clerk, what does as needed mean? Like just all of these individuals just choose if they want to have a cell phone? And did everybody have a cell phone last year on this list?
Actually, only 3 of the persons on this list had a cell phone last year on page 19. And then on page 18, 2 out of the 3, to my knowledge, had a cell phone. The others are as needed if they're traveling on school business or need to utilize a school cell phone to conduct business, then it's made available either temporarily or as long as needed.
So do we have cell phones that we already have available and they're just on standby for when somebody travels?
There are cell phones that have been turned in that are old, that are on standby. Yes,
Are we currently paying a service for them?
no. I'm not sure how that bill is run, but it's usually a package pricing.
I'd have to look at it, sir, and I'll report back to you. It's an easy thing to pull, but they're not widely used, that I.
So I guess if it's not widely used, I think I would prefer that the list would have reflected just who actually uses it. That's my opinion.
So on page 18, it says cell phones has been assigned as listed below. And then it says cell phones are available to the following on an as-needed basis. So we'll follow up,
Okay.
but that sort of like distinguishes who has one permanently and who has one on an as-needed basis.
Like, is there any guidelines to if any of these positions just decide I want to permanently have a district cell phone? Or is this of us approving that, give them that opportunity?
Approving this states that if a need arises and one of these persons in these positions need a cell phone, then we have permission to give them one for professional business use.
But so who determines how long they would have use of the phone?
The person who gets the phone.
That-
Collaboratively between the superintendent and the person with the phone.
Right, that's
in
what I'm
need of the
saying. Like,
phone.
if somebody has a justifiable reason while they're traveling to use a district phone, what's preventing them from then saying, all right, I'm gonna use it for the rest of the year because I want to?
But just as a point of clarity, none of these persons on this list, other than myself,
Me,
Board of President, and the district clerk, has a cell phone.
right? And for the district clerk, the district clerk has not used the cell phone. So I used the cell phone. And Dr. Talb used the cell phone, but the other district clerk, the previous district clerks have not utilized the cell phone. They only wanted to utilize their own cell phone. Any other questions on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Wait a second, I didn't get a motion. I stand corrected. I don't think I have a motion for that item. I didn't get a first or second.
Motion.
Christina Aaron, Carol Seoff, I got to do this again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. I didn't have it noted on my paper, so I apologize. I did do it. Can I have a motion for agenda item 13?
Motion.
Caroline Fanning, Chris Nearing. Any discussion on agenda item 13, which is the school year calendar?
Yes, discussion.
Yes.
So looking at this calendar, it looks like about 5 months out of the year, the board is only scheduled to have one meeting. With the amount of work that I think that we have to do, I'm not sure if we can go through nearly half the year with only one meeting per month. I'm not sure if the audience has this in front of them, but going into August, there's a combined session for the 13th. And then we have the 26th, which I assume is is that a retreat of some kind?
Dr. Talbot? Or August 26th?
August 26th is a special session, primarily to address any staffing needs prior to the opening of school.
Okay, fine. Either way, October, there's only one session. November has one plus an audit committee. So that's really one. December, we only have one meeting, January's one meeting. I just feel that if we can, I feel like we're gonna need 2 meetings in these months, or we're gonna end up calling extra meetings as needed. So that's my opinion.
So trustee Leon, I have to say that I was the biggest one not in favor of having a combined meeting. And I kind of switched over last year. But I think we can take a look at it as we move forward. If we feel that there's a need to definitely go back to 2 meetings, we can go back to 2 meetings. But I do hear you, because that was me.
Right, and not only that, to give, well, if we're gonna discuss it, it has to be done now because our calendar is getting printed.
I'm, well, okay, to follow up, I am of the, I like being, tight and efficient with our time. However, I feel that January is when budget season starts to ramp up. So that could be a month where I could see us going back up to 2 meetings. Calling them as needed. We always know we're on call. We lately have been averaging 1 to 2 meetings a week. So not putting on the calendar doesn't mean we don't meet. I had another comment I wanted to make, not to interrupt people who might also want to weigh in on that, but the audit committee meeting in November, I don't remember the exact dates and I don't remember what exactly was due when, except that it felt that we were running up against a deadline and we would be better off having that meeting in October.
I actually have the same markup on my, on a calendar. I said, wasn't it due to the state at that time? Yeah.
So the audit report is due November 30th to the state. Well, I'm going to yield to Snyder. However, in speaking with our external auditors, the time is needed to go through October before they would be ready to present. Mr. Snyder, could you weigh in on that with a little more specificity?
The hard deadline to submit the external audit to the state is November 15th. There is a deadline of October 15th, but there's a 30-day grace. Many districts utilize it, some do not.
See,
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with
Yeah, I
scheduling a
don't-
meeting a day or two before the hard deadline. I would rather schedule it a month in advance. And
That's the
what I
way-
recall from last year, being told that that's what other districts do as well.
It would be contingent on knowing that the audit report, at least in draft form, is ready to be reviewed.
So what I also
I agree.
recall from last year, was it took longer than it should have for us to basically close the books for all, I'm not going to use the words right, but everything that was encumbered to be reconciled to make sure that, whatever reports were getting passed on to the auditors were closed. It seemed that that could have been done sooner, therefore the auditor could have gotten to work sooner, therefore we wouldn't have been running up against a hard deadline. We could have come on under a comfortable, it would have been more
Mhm.
comfortable. So
Yeah.
can we set that goal for ourselves?
I would say that a goal of October 22nd, if you want to leverage that meeting to have the audit committee review the draft, is reasonable, but I'm really going to have to sit down and with the staff and make sure some of the things that you mentioned, which I had heard about, ma'am, about encumbrances being left open and some of the things you see in those appropriation status reports that need to be corrected so that the auditors can get clean reports to audit.
Okay, however,
I know my staff, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
my staff doesn't feel like they need the November 15th deadline. They want to close sooner, but I don't know if I could commit to that too early in my tenure here.
Is it possible that we could move it up to maybe November 5th
Yes,
or even October 29th, something like that? One or the other.
somewhere in that range, because we have to get a draft report from them that the cabinet looks at, then we forward it to the board, and then we meet. That, there's a 1 to 2 week time period prior to November 15th that has to happen. So even if we left it at the 12th, and I agree, that seems like cutting it pretty close.
Just speak a little bit more into the microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got to bring it closer.
We would have a lot of reports to review and meetings to discuss prior to putting it on an agenda November 12th for approval. So there's no doubt that I think that October 22nd is a fair date for us to have audit reports in our hands, but
The only thing,
I
I
would-
wouldn't advocate having it the same day as a combined session. That's
Yeah.
gonna be
Right.
too much for one
Right,
meeting.
then at that point, I feel that we should add another meeting
Um,
to the month.
We'll switch
why can't we
the
just-
November meeting to October.
Right, why can't we just make it October 12th?
Could I propose
That's-
October
what-
29th and conversation with our external auditor to let them know
was
what our
thinking that.
deadline is, and then we would back up to make sure we have something to offer by then?
yes, ma'am.
Would October 29th be an agreeable date?
It's progress.
I would,
Yeah.
I mean, other districts are meeting October 15th. Other districts meet October 15th.
Some do, yes.
So so why can't we strive to at least be meeting and reviewing the draft report in early October?
So why
It
not,
doesn't have to be like the final be all and end all. You think it's completely buttoned up, like it shouldn't be like that. The board and the audit committee should be able to see this document and meet with Alan Yu and just go through it.
so why not, or why not October 15th as a board meeting and the 22nd as the audit committee? So it gives the, Alan, you enough time.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said October 15th as the board meeting and October 22nd as the audit committee.
That's fine with me. Is there any desire to schedule a second meeting for November, December, or January?
I don't think there's a
So
need
just do
for it.
this, um,
Okay,
That's my opinion.
okay.
So you're saying October 15th as the combined session?
And 22nd as the,
22nd becomes the audit.
That's more progress.
It's a little bit better, a little bit
Maybe
better.
next year we can get it to October 15th.
right.
The
Um,
other thing that I would have liked to see on here,
Before we go, is everyone okay with that? October 15th as a combined meeting and the 22nd as an audit committee?
And then will we be removing the
Yes,
special
the-
session in the November?
Then we'll remove the 12th as as an audit committee. Everyone has that October 15th combined, the 22nd as the audit committee, as a special meeting, the audit committee. Right. Caroline, go ahead, trustee Fanning.
I would have liked to see on here, an annual meeting with the internal auditor, but because we have not yet met R.S. Abrams, that would be a question for them, because as I understand it, everyone's cycle is a little bit different, so it would pay to know what works for them. Nevertheless, it's unfortunate that it's not in this calendar. Do you have any idea what could be I was actually hopeful that it would be on the 23rd, that they would come and present to us.
So they've been on hold. They were scheduled to come in July, as we had discussed. And after tonight, we are confirming the date with them. It seems like the 15th has now shifted to the forum, which would not be another option for them. So now we would be proposing the 23rd. So they had on hold two dates, the 15th and the 16th. But it appears that now maybe the 23rd would be,
I think the 23rd is a very reasonable day for internal audit to come.
Yes.
So okay, so this is not going out to print tonight, but they should be able, this calendar. I'm joking. I know. So you will find out very soon if they're coming on the 23rd, correct?
yeah,
Yes.
we told them to give us until tomorrow.
Okay.
Once the dates were firmed up, because they had the 15th and the 16th on hold, because we had gone back and forth between those two dates through our drafts. This is draft number 5.
Okay.
So we were discussing with them based around the drafts. So now we'll ask them for the 23rd.
Okay, and let's, presuming they say yes, I would like to see printed on the calendar, just to get it into our muscle memory that we also meet with the internal auditor once a year. And if they come on the 23rd and say, you know what, actually mid-July is not the best time for us to present findings, it would actually be better in September or whatever other month, then next year we can change it, but at least to see a calendar date once a year that says internal audit, just like we expect the external auditor to come. Well, it used to be November, now we're up to October.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Any other comments on this?
I have two different versions in front of me, but we have July 23rd combined session then. The
Yes,
special sessions in July with the 8th and the 15th.
yes.
And then which one of these meetings are we setting superintendent goals and district goals for the upcoming year? Is that the August 13th?
We're gonna have to,
Or are we adding a special meeting?
I would love to get it in sometime in July, if not early August, the absolute latest, the first week in August.
In July?
No. I said I would love to get it in July, but we're at the end. So it has to be like the first week in August.
It's, so you're proposing a special session. Why can't we just do it on the 13th?
If there's not a lot on the agenda, we could. Dr. Talbot? Yeah, I mean, if there's not a lot.
I mean, there'll be, personnel, of course,
Okay,
on the 13th. And again, on the 26th to catch the extra.
okay. So that doesn't sound
Let's
like
plan for it then.
overwhelming. Let's try, right? Superintendent goals and district goals.
Let's plan for it right now. Yes, let's plan for it.
Okay, so can I just go back for a moment?
Yeah, go ahead, because we were gonna do a
So
retreat.
at the end of August is when I have my administrative retreat. And so what happened last year, because we weren't where we needed to necessarily be, I had to move forward with goals because the administrators have to develop goals and open the school year. We originally spoke about the week of July 12th. We said that we would utilize that week for a retreat and that we would also have a meeting that week and leave the rest of the month of July open. Since then, there's been a change. We've added the 23rd. If there's any way possible to have this discussion in July, it would help us to plan more effectively for our administrators who will be implementing extensions of the goals that we derive during our discussion.
So is there any way maybe on July 15th, because we have the cell phone forum at 7:30?
So are we having
No.
an executive session before that?
I don't think it's executive session.
We just had a few like
Word,
action items. We were just gonna appoint the clerk and the hiring committee.
So prior to your discussion about the few action items, this had been on all of our 4 drafts, the 15th or 16th. And so there are some personnel items that we will need to bring that are time sensitive. And then we'll save the bulk of those for the 23rd.
I'm just asking the board to consider if they are available. It may make it a long night, but if we're able to meet starting at 5 o'clock to do the superintendent goals, and if we want to look at the district goals and go from there. So instead of having another separate night, that's only, I'm just thinking.
I can't guarantee that I'd make it here by 5 o'clock.
Gotcha, okay,
Cannot either.
okay.
The July 23rd, that, why?
Well, right
that-
now we have the internal auditor coming on July
Okay.
23rd,
Okay,
and it'll probably be packed to do it. We can try.
much?
Why don't we?
So we want
plan
another
on it
July
and
meeting?
try- And at least try.
Let's
Put it
try.
in there. Yeah, try.
I will try.
A lot. Yeah, we need a lot.
The question, do we want to do the 14th, but that makes it another night.
Do you want to try?
I'm
it?
just trying to, so can I have a consensus? Do we want to try the 23rd to get it done, or you want to try July 14th?
No, I'm sorry, I'm more inclined for the 15th. I mean, if it's a combined session, there's gonna be a lot on that. Is there supposed to be a lot on that agenda, you think, Dr. Talbot?
It won't be a lot, but I think our schedule for the 15th was exec at 6, board meeting at 7, and the cell phone forum at 7:30.
But the exec, I don't think there really was much an exec. There was just it was two approvals. Oh, no, we had to discuss the hiring committee, the people. Okay, now I remember, and that is a lengthy discussion, so, all right.
Can we just make it exec at 5:30? When we normally have it?
Why is
No,
this,
but
isn't this open discussion? Wouldn't it be open?
So I'm hearing
yeah.
two different things. I think he's talking about executive session starting at 5:30 versus 6 o'clock, correct?
Yeah, and we would handle whatever executive session items earlier.
I think Megan's right. It's not exec, it's
It's n-
open. We're talking
No,
about.
I'm just saying we
yeah,
would shift everything
I-
that we were going to do.
A half hour earlier.
Yeah,
I got you. But I'm just thinking about how
This-
many big different things we're gonna discuss in one night. The hiring committee, district goals, superintendent goals, cell
That's
phone
a lot.
policy. Like, our brains are gonna explode.
Yeah.
That's a lot for one night.
Can we do the 14th? Then I hate to throw another meeting in there, but
I'm,
well, because if we
still
can't squeeze it into the 23rd, then when are we gonna do it?
I'm just, I'm sort of confused why we don't have the agenda for the 23rd. Normally, we would have had it. Then we would know. Yeah, it's 2 weeks. The combined.
no,
session.
not yet. All right, so just kind of let's wrap this up and move this along. So we have a couple options. We believe the 15th is out the window, but that's what I'm kind of hearing. The 23rd could be an option to do it. So let's start with that one. How many people want to meet on the 23rd? We'll have a combined session, internal auditor, as well as discussion of the superintendent goals and district goals. Who wants to do it all on the 23rd?
That's fine.
Yes.
23rd.
Sounds good.
So
I'm fine with that, but I'm just not so certain that we are going to have a finished product by that time.
Right.
So what I'm saying is it's gonna need a continuation. And where is that continuation going to be?
that's why I said the 14th. That's why I don't want another meeting, trust me, I really don't. But at least the 14th will be just dedicated to that. Maybe the internal auditor can come on the 14th as well, get it out the way.
I mean, I'll make a suggestion. I don't know if anyone will go along with it, but with the 15th, I know we have a lot to do, but if we can dedicate 20 minutes, a half an hour to open up the discussion, knowing that we're going to come back to it and finish it up on the 23rd. Because I feel like
Okay,
on the 23rd, we're going to have our first discussion and we're not going to finish it.
okay,
So-
I like that
Yeah.
idea.
I'm fine with that. All right, so the 15th, we'll, all
Like set aside like a certain amount of time.
right, sounds good.
What, so?
So the
what
15th
certain amount of time?
So the-
Because we just posted for that meeting already. We already have a, clearly defined timeline for that night. And so Juan, you weren't on the board, but we updated the district goals pretty recently.
Yes, we want to.
So I don't know that it's gonna take all that much time. And obviously we have to collaborate with Dr. Talbert on her goals, but
Well,
I don't know that it would take 2 meetings.
If you don't think it's going to take 2 meetings and you would like to do it on the 23rd? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I also, just because we already posted for the 15th.
Sure. I mean,
So-
I was just throwing out a suggestion.
What I don't mind is on the 15th, if we have time to have the discussion. If we don't have time, then we'll wait to the 23rd. So we'll do it that way.
Okay.
All right. All right, so we're settled the 15th. If we have time, we'll start with district goals and superintendent goals. Okay. Anything else on the council? So just to summarize, July 23rd, internal auditor, July 15th. The agenda is already posted, but we're going to also, if time permits, we'll discuss district goals and superintendent goals. Nothing for August, nothing for September. October 15th will be the combined session. And October 22nd will be audit committee with the external auditors. And at this point in time, there is nothing else, any other recommended changes to this calendar?
Well, so to Juan's point, like, should November have a work session, like November 12th? And because we spoke about having the budget process start much earlier this year, this upcoming year, so, again, just kind of striving to be more efficient, we should start to see a draft agenda for the next year
You draft budget, you
in
mean.
fall.
You said agenda.
So
I
you-
said agenda, so draft budget in the fall.
So you're suggesting that for November?
So make
Yeah.
October
Yeah.
12th,
Session to start.
make October 12th a work session, and then the 19th a regular session?
So
Instead
now
of
we're going back to.
the 12th.
Going back to-
So instead
Well,
of
I mean,
making an audit.
December- I mean,
yeah.
December is,
So
we have one. January, we still have one.
Yeah, so let's leave
I
it,
don't know, I mean-
so recommendations for November, leave November 12th, not as an audit committee, but for a work session, and the 19th as a regular session.
We're getting close to what I'm asking for.
We're not gonna go there.
Another 2 months and we have full
Let's-
full meetings.
And if in NISBA recommends in the fall with regards to like starting to rev up for budget prep,
Right.
that being the time to engage community members for their input.
Mhm.
So like, not necessarily a forum, but some designated meeting where the community has an opportunity to ask questions, establish priorities back and forth. So that seems like a reasonable target meeting to have that happen. I don't know what sort of name you would want to give it, if anything, but the board did discuss previously wanting to have a more formalized budget calendar that does start in the fall. Yes.
So what about if we leave, and leave the 19th as combined and make the 12th as like a budget
Like
session meeting?
preliminary hearing or something like that? Like, what would you want to call it?
I have no idea, Dr. Talbot, or it's just not. Yeah, call it budget session. So therefore, the dedicated, it'll be just dedicated to budget.
Mhm.
Should we do the same for January?
And the 19th, so let's finish October. So the 12th will be special, will be budget.
That was November.
I'm sorry, November. November,
Is it a
12th
work
will be
session or a
budget.
special session?
it'll be a special meeting, but the focus will be the budget session. And the 19th will remain as a combined.
Why is it special? Why can't it just be a work session?
Then there'll be action items that we will vote on. So we can do that.
I thought we were striving to not have action items at work sessions. Right?
Wherever we
That's
want to
the
do it. I
goal.
can
That's
leave it
what-
as a
That's
work
been our
session.
goal. We have a lot of goals.
Definitely discussed that multiple times last year.
So it's kind of
Okay.
just to talk
could-
about business and
It could be the first one where we actually achieve the goal.
So that's absolutely fine. We can leave it as a work session, but make it as a budget work session.
okay, I know it's like a technicality, but
No, no,
I
that's
think
fine.
it's,
I just,
while we're talking about it.
it'll be a work session, but it'll be a budget presentation work session.
Mhm.
That's the 12th of November. Okay, all right, so November 12th will be a work session where the focus will be a budget session. And the 19th will be a combined session. And there's no audit committee in November.
Can we get these changes over to the printer to make sure that they are adequately reflected on our calendar? Okay, thank you.
That's the plan tomorrow. We're waiting for the confirmations for tonight. Thank you.
All right, so we did not vote on this yet. Right, so all those in favor. I got a first and second already. Hold on one second. So once again, just the July 23rd internal auditor and combined session. July 15th will be the special session with the cell phone policy and the appointment of a district clerk, August 13th and 26th. Then September 10th and 17th, work and regular. October the 15th will be combined, and the 22nd will be an audit committee. November 12th will be a work session with a focus of budget session, and the 19th will be combined. And there's no other changes from that. December 10th, January 21st, February 4th, February 11th, March 4th, March 18th. And then March 7th for the budget line by line. And then we have the 15th as combined, the 21st for the Western Suffolk BOCES. And then we have the 6th for budget hearing, the 13th for combined, and 19th for the budget vote. And then in June, we have the 13th and 17th. 3rd and 17th, I apologize. So, all those in favor after the discussion?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Now we're going to leave the reorganization meeting and go over to the special session meeting. So I'm closing out the reorg meeting at 8:57. Opening up the special meeting at 8:58. All right, we already did the, right, so we're at the point where we are taking community input regarding board agenda items only. Hold on 1 second. We just have to do the timer. Just hold on 1 second, please. I'm sorry, go ahead. No, thank you.
Good evening. Evan Farkas, President of the Amityville Administrators Association. Sarai and Aaliyah, great job tonight. I hope you had a nice day. Are you sure you don't want to stay longer? Good evening. First, I want to acknowledge the agenda item for the appointment of Mr. Snyder. Welcome. As the Interim Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations. This is a critical position for our district, and it is our expectation that resolving our long outstanding contract will be one of his priorities as he steps into this role. If he's not aware, July 1st marked the start of our 4th year without a contract, over 1,000 days. And to be honest, the more I think about that, it makes me wonder, similar questions that I had last time, on why we wouldn't want to settle any contract, why we would not want to offer competitive salaries, why we would not want to keep our employees feeling supported and motivated to stay. And it makes me question, and I hate to feel this way, whether or not as a district we are truly making moving forward as a district our priority. I would love to stand here tonight and say that we are excited to work together to have another amazing year. But the reality is very different. Our administrators continue to work tirelessly despite frustration, added responsibilities, and reduced staff. We do this all while receiving no increase in pay, and for 7 of us, no increase in pay since July 1st, 2021. Some of us face enormous challenges every day, but remain deeply committed to supporting our students, our staff, and this district. And I ask you all, when is the district going to support us? We urge you all to show respect for our work and time by placing an emphasis on finalizing a fair contract for the dedicated administrators of Amityville this summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Margaret Shuff, Amityville. Quick question regarding the agenda with the banking institutions that were listed. So my question is New York class FDIC insured?
Dr. Talbot?
Snyder?
Yes.
Okay, you're incorrect because I just Googled it and it is not FDIC insured. It said it's not, it's a consortium, it's not insured at all, whereas the other three are FDIC insured.
Ma'am, I'll have to do that research and report back to the
Okay,
superintendent.
in your position, in your role, you probably should know that. And who was the reason why we added the New York class banking institution?
Advantageous interest rates.
Who selected New York class?
It's my understanding the district treasurer did.
Okay. And what percentage of funds are generated towards this uninsured FDIC banking institution? Of all 4 banks, what's the percentage of how it's rolled out to each institution?
I don't believe in the treasurer's report that the board has, I believe before them, or it's coming, there is any money currently invested in class, and I will confirm the FDIC insurance.
Okay, so I'm going to say it's probably not, because that's what I just investigated while I was sitting here. And like I said, in your role, I think you should know that. And the other question was, I'm really confused on the whole cell phone situation. So if I'm correct, I think 3 people had a cell phone last year.
That's correct. And
3 people.
yeah, and honestly, the questions that you're asking are not relevant to the current agenda.
Well, it's
So
on,
that-
it's on the
it's
agenda
not-
of this evening's meeting
It's
regarding the
not,
reorg.
it's not relevant to the current agenda. So
Well-
yes, there were 3 people who had the cell phones. We did discuss who the 3 people who had them.
So then you voted tonight to have arbitrarily, possibly 13 to 15 cell phones.
But they
as-
have not
as
used them.
needed.
They have not used them.
But it's there for the taking.
They have not been used.
So do you own 13 cell phones?
We can double check. There may be 13 cell phones. I'm not too sure because they
Okay.
have not been used. I don't know.
Yeah, see the ambiguity of not sure, don't know, maybe they'll use it, maybe they won't. It sounds so ridiculous.
All right. So do you have any
from this
comments
body.
regarding this particular agenda?
No, you'll hear from me later.
Thank you. Any other agenda comments on agenda items? For the special session meeting agenda, that's what we're focusing on right now.
Well, there's 2 agendas, so I think you should give your audience an opportunity to
No,
look on both of
right
them.
now, for the reorganization, there was no community comments for the reorganization agenda. So we're taking comments on agenda items connected to the special session meeting agenda.
Okay, first, I just want to tell you that the audio is horrible, that I'm sitting here, and probably some of the $2 million should be used on the audio. You actually can't hear any of you. So please take note of that. Cannot hear anybody. Okay, as far as the rescissions listed on here, you know, the people overwhelmingly voted for change. They want change. You're rescinding the abolishment of HR when the board was looking to do a director to be more efficient and cost effective. But then again, if the majority votes for this, it's the same people that overspent the budget by $3.6 million. I guess you wouldn't understand saving money. As far as the rescission of, I'm sorry, the superintendent reporting requirements, that's funny. Every employee has to report to a boss. Having her report her time off, what days she uses, or her availability for meetings, I don't understand why that's controversial, why that needs to be rescinded. That's what accountability is. And Seehoff, Johnson, Kratz, and Leone all voted for the same thing for Dr. Kelly. So I have no idea why you would be against this now. So the vote will be interesting. So it depends on who politically you're in favor with. Your job, all of you elected individually, is to hold your superintendent accountable. That's your job, number one job. If you rescind it, it's gross. As far as the recruiting policy, the language now is problematic because it's in violation of Section 6 because it only addresses certain races. The new policy, as it's written, complies with the federal anti-discrimination law. There's nothing to expand upon. There's nothing to add about it. You are actually following the anti-discrimination law that lists everything out that you cannot discriminate against. All of this is politically motivated. I see who comes to the meetings. I see the, Dr. Talbot's church people come here. I see outsiders come here. They yell, they
Please stay
balk.
connected.
I'm allowed to
Thank you.
speak. I'm allowed to speak.
Thank you.
Superintendent's allowed to be criticized. That you all work for the people of Amityville School District. You don't work for her. She works for you. You work for us. Those are our tax dollars that you're supposed to be protecting. Last thing, cell phone, big book, big problem that you just approved that. It's outlandish. 3 cell phones, 16 approved now. All of you, I'm surprised and really disappointed that you didn't do better on that vote. Why in God's name would you just randomly approve arbitrarily so they could do what they want? Everybody has a cell phone these days. Every district doesn't give everybody a cell phone. I mean, I've called and texted the board president and the superintendent before who don't even answer their cell phone.
Thank you. Any other community comments on agenda items, non-agenda items, I should say, excuse me.
Hi, I'm Deborah. So it's interesting, the claim that the removal of policy 90/20/40R was in violation of anti-discrimination law. The claim is misleading and inaccurate. Federal anti-discrimination laws prohibit discriminatory hiring, not diversity outreach. There is nothing illegal about sending job postings to organizations like NEMNET, HBCUs, or the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, or participating in diversity hiring fairs as outlined in the policy. These are standard and lawful practices used by school districts across the country to promote equal opportunity and ensure a broad qualified applicant pool. Policy 90/24R did not require quotas or give preferential treatment based on race or background. It simply aimed to expand access and awareness so that all qualified individuals, including those from underrepresented communities, had a fair chance to apply and serve in our schools. If the policy was lawful and equitable, what was the real motive behind its removal? Okay, why remove a policy that supported efforts to create a faculty and staff that better reflects the diversity of our student body, a student body that is largely Black and Latino, many of whom reside in North Amityville and East Massapequa? The decision was not about legal risk. It was a political choice and one that sends a very clear message to our community. Our students in this district deserve to see themselves reflected in their educators and role models. They deserve to know that our district values inclusion, fairness, and representation. Please, board, visit the decision and stand on the side of equity, opportunity, and truth. Thank you.
Any other comments regarding agenda items?
Good evening. Rose Tejada Torres, 19 South Roundabout Drive. I have one thing about the agenda item. I want to question about this program for the Academic Success Program for teaching assistants. When does that program will begin? Say tomorrow or it started today?
Dr. Talbot?
The Academic Success Program is a summer program for the high school. Ms. Stevens, you want to give
High
any
school or
details?
Northeast?
So these are actually for the program at Northwest, and they did begin on Monday.
Okay, so
program
then,
began on Monday.
I have one question. There's a person here, I don't like to use names, but there's a person here that we have that's working, started yesterday at Park Avenue in our program, the ESY program. But now he's appointed to this program, so which program is he gonna be at? If you want the end, I can give you his person's name. The next one, if it's okay to everybody, I would like to, it's off the agenda. But however, I would like you all to know,
Is it about the agenda item?
no, it's just a personal thing, just to,
You have- you're gonna have to-
So
just
this
so that you know who
personnel
I am.
items are not appropriate
Yeah.
for public discussion?
I said I can talk about it later.
So I would refer that question to the superintendent of schools. It's a personnel matter.
I just want to know who, I just want to express who I am to the board.
Or who you are.
No, but you have to wait for that. That's a,
I'll do that later.
that's
No
a
problem.
non-agenda item.
All right, thank you.
Diane Eglinger, Amityville. I just need some clarification. The Academic Success Program is the same program that we discussed at the last meeting, correct?
Dr. Talbert?
This is the summer program that's done through the grant, correct?
Summer program she just alluded to at Northwest. You want to further explain?
So summer academic success is the overarching for all of our summer programs.
Okay,
Yes.
so in line with that, at the last meeting, I asked for some clarification on that program because I heard through the grapevine that the attendance was not going to be that great, and I was told that you would come back with numbers because now I see even more people being hired for that program. And of course, last week, I guess it was last week, I was told it's a grant-funded program and I shouldn't be worried about it. But I am worried about it because grant money is our money also. Tax dollars, same as budget money. So all I see is these tremendous amount of people being hired for this program. And I would love to know what the estimated number of students were that we were planning these numbers around and how many students have applied for the program. You don't have to go by school. It's easier for me in my head to know we are budgeting these 50 people for 400 students and 125 students have applied.
So for those programs that are the grant funded programs, we budgeted 345 students. We expected district-wide would participate. So we divided those into 2 classes on each grade level, one for reading, one for science. The attendance numbers for the last 2 days indicate that almost every class is full. So the pre-K K1, there were 18 in each class. I think there was only one class with 16, but there were 18 in the others.
How many classes is that? 18 times how many classes?
2 on each grade level. So there were 36 for each grade level that we budgeted for. On the other grade levels, we budgeted 20 for each class, so 40 at each grade level. Other than the middle school, they were at 18, 19, 20 for all of them. The middle school had a total of 56, so we did some combining of 6th and 7th grade.
So you're telling me that in addition to everyone that was appointed for these positions, I don't remember when that agenda was, but it was an endless agenda of people being hired for these positions. These are additional people that you need for that program.
So every person is budgeted for and staffed. We do need additional ones. So some of these are for the high school program, which was just based on student needs for summer school. So on the original list for the high school, we anticipated needs. Not all of those teachers are being used. We are remaining within the budget on that as well.
Okay, I have one other question. I know the buzzer went off, but
Thank you.
This program is open to the district, correct? Doesn't have to be just public school students, it can be any students. Is that right or wrong?
Dr. Talbert?
Correct.
Every student in Amityville could apply for this.
Correct.
How were students in private schools, families notified that this was available?
So the information was on the website. That's primarily how it was advertised.
Okay, my question is for next year, which my kids went to private school, went to the public high school. We were never aware of these programs. I learned of these programs through a teacher that was in this school who knew of my students, and that's how my kids got in. And I truly believe that the people who go to private school do not even know that these programs exist. And putting it on the website is not enough for families who would take part in these and give enrichment to their students. So it's too late now. So next year, I don't know why a mailing can't go out to everybody in the district, letting everyone know that these are available. And the other thing I wanted to know is, I know
Yeah, you have to wrap it up because I'm letting you
there's
go past.
schools now for the breakfast and lunch program. Never saw them before. I lived in Amityville my whole life. What was the need for putting those signs up?
Because we wanted to build awareness that if any child or teen wanted a hot lunch or breakfast, that it was available.
So how do you budget to know you have enough food for students who can walk in from anywhere? How does that get budgeted?
So I'm gonna have you stop there. And then, so Dr. Talbot is anyway, just to answer that question, and then I'll let you, because I let you go a little bit further. Thank you.
It's a summer feeding program that's open to all of the students, all of the children who are residents of Amityville.
So we don't budget for it?
But how do you budget for that? How do you,
You're funded for it.
We're funded for it.
You're funded.
so this is another grant? Yes?
So come back after thank you. Next person, please.
Jacqueline Cruz Stevenson. So I'm just going to piggyback off of the past two people that were talking about the summer program. First of all, I'm grateful for the summer program. My children were super excited on the first day of the summer program to get up. I was shocked, but they were super excited to get up and see their friends again, see their teachers again. So I'm grateful for the program. But my question is, will there be, and I think someone mentioned this in a previous meeting, as far as the summer program goes, will there be any follow-up at the end of the program? What are the goals of the program? Some sort of follow-up presented to the community to say, this is what our goals were, this is what we accomplished during the summer program. Any sort of presentation?
Dr. Talbot?
Sure. Ms. Stevens?
Our goals are to continue to work on reading with our students. They are primarily focusing on nonfiction reading as it relates to science. And we chose the science curriculum to align with it because the testing and the standards are changing and we want students to think differently about science. There are pre and post assessments, and then there are assessments along the way so we can monitor student progress. And if the board would like a presentation, we'd be happy to do one.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Danelle Cronin, Amityville. Is there a policy about how board members respond to residents via an email? If an email is sent to a board member, what is the communication from the board?
The policy was just updated, and I think we have to do it within like 48 hours. And usually what happens is just a general email saying that your email has been received.
So you have 48 hours to answer a taxpayer. Is that what the policy is today, or is that the update?
I believe that's the update. I'm trying to think of time because we made some changes. I believe that was the update. Yes.
Okay, when was it updated?
Just in the last couple of months.
Okay, so when I look at the policy is going to read that you have 48 hours to indicate that an email was sent to the board.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and I don't recall. I can look it up on the computer just to see. But I
Okay, would
believe-
you mind doing that before I leave this evening?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just talk to me afterwards. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to address, sorry. there was a topic that was brought up about the summer program, right? So I just heard that the summer program is open for all students that reside in Amityville, correct?
Dr. Talbot? Yes.
That's a loaded question.
It's,
It is open to all eligible students,
okay.
yes.
Does that also include for children that are not in a 1201 setting, an integrated class? When you say all student, does that also, um, for students that might have a one-to-one, that might be in an integrated class, when we say all students, do they qualify also to be a part of that program?
So allow me to clarify that it's open to all eligible students, and that eligibility depends on various factors. If a student has an IEP, what that IEP may require, versus the academic success program and then the extended school year program, and determining what's the best fit.
Okay, so based off if it's based off the child's IEP, then you will determine if that summer program fits their need, right?
That's the
Because
primary factor.
that's the primary factor, because the summer program offers science, reading that I'm hearing. Anything else besides science and reading? Just science and reading. So if a student is behind, because a lot of our students are behind, I think that most of us, if not all of us, for me, it's heartbreaking being here, because I think we lost the focus, and the focus is our children. And it seems like the focus now is about money and who's in what role and who's doing what. And it's not aligned to the children. And our children are suffering. My son is suffering because it's trickling down to the children. And as a parent, it is heartbreaking to come here and hear the same thing over and over and over again. So I'm asking for each and every one of you, when you go home tonight, ask yourself what really matters. What really matters? Because we're all going to leave this earth at some point. And are you really fighting for what's really matter, which is our children? That's the most important thing. We have people that I don't know why they're even in certain positions. I really don't. Because when I was going to school, the care, the compassion that teachers had, it seems like it's out the window. And you find that parents now are feeling more comfortable putting their children in private school. And who suffers? The district. I'm asking for a change. But to circle back around, the reason I asked that question is because a lot of parents were rejected for that summer program because their child needed a one-to-one, even though everything else on their IEP meant for them to be a part of that program. But because budget or whatever excuse that chair people want to give parents, it's interfering with how our children learn for the summer, because the district can't afford a one-to-one. We need to do what's best for the children, all children. That's the goal, because the thing that people fail to realize, give me a second, please, Ms. Lisa, please. I know my time is about to.
Your
What
time
people
is up,
fail
yeah.
to realize is that regardless if your child goes to school in the district, rather they go to the private school, our children are going to connect some way or somehow. Rather in Amityville, rather in Massapequa, rather in Babylon, our children are going to grow up and be adults. So why not provide the fair education for all students? That's all I'm asking. All students.
Thank you. Any other input on agenda items?
Hello, I want to commend the.
Hold on one second. Are you ready? You ready? Okay.
I just want to commend the parent that just spoke. Great special ed advocate. Hope to see you around more. Just to get back to the business of the board. policy 9240 was passed with a 6-1 vote on June 26th. Why is it on this agenda?
It's coming back to rescind it, and if, see what happens. It may not pass, or may not pass.
Who brought this on the agenda?
I did.
Okay, so it passed 6-1 in an overwhelming passing. You had a 7-2 meeting with the directive to send out selection committee applications, and that didn't help. That didn't happen. So does that mean that one trustee stopped that from happening? It passed. There was a directive from the Board of Education to send out the selection committee to the public.
Nothing, no, I did not stop anything from going out or anything like that, so.
So why didn't
at-
it happen
at
if there
this
was a
point-
directive for that Monday?
Don't know.
It didn't happen, and I actually updated the application myself, so the Word file was updated, and then it wasn't distributed.
Okay, last thing. So when you say what's wrong with the policy is geared towards certain races. It doesn't say that we're going to go and solicit to places for white applicants, for Asian applicants, for Indian applicants. It's going specifically for certain races. And here's the thing, and I'm sure we all know this, and there's an anti-discrimination law. You hire the most qualified candidate regardless of skin color. As a reminder, when there was an open seat and I think we had 13 people apply to be appointed, the most qualified person was actually Black, holding multi-million-dollar businesses, and by far surpassed anybody. Seehoff, Johnson, Kretz, and I think there was one more. I forgot who the other one is. Santos, all voted for the white person.
Thank. All right, so are the mics still on? So we're actually at the end of input. Let's kind of wait to make sure mic's still
There's a
going.
minute left on the overall.
Yeah, but what happened was for non-agenda items, it was only 15 minutes, and you set it for 30 minutes. So we're actually at the end. We've gone too far. So are we okay? Can we keep going, or
Are we still recording?
are we still recording?
Oh.
Are we still recording? All right, so we're really at the end. We far exceeded our time. So I'm going to ask you to come back at the end with non-agenda items. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to move on with the agenda. Can I have a motion for agenda item 2A1 through 9, please?
Motion.
2A1 through A9. All right. So Chris Naren and Carol Seoff. So there's a number of changes for the minutes.
Yes.
So I have some for May 27th for that particular meeting. There were people noted at that meeting that were not there for that particular meeting. So it was a policy committee meeting. It was only Johnson and Canestro that was there, and Dr. Talbot and Stevens. So Boazzi, Waite, and Larson were not there, so that needs to come out, and there were 0 people in person, so that needs to be updated. And if you look at the video, you can see that there. For June 4th, for that particular minutes, Mr. Leon did come to the meeting, but he came at 5:38. So he should not be noted in attendance in the beginning of the meeting, which is not a big deal. And also Dr. Waite was not there as well. But more,
Madam President, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like there are major
yeah,
discrepancies
so
here. Are we
yeah.
better off tabling this and
I'm
re-examining and coming back with these?
I'm okay with that, but I just need the board. I can send to the board all the things that I have picked up on the different minutes. And if anyone has any additional things, then we can merge it all together. So I'm fine with that. Because I have a number of items on the fourth that does not note who voted, what was the vote or anything like that. So,
I have a number of items too on all of the
all right, so
minutes.
let's merge it all together and then we can give it back to the board. Okay, I'm fine with that.
That's fine. Just one question. June 14th?
So June,
That was a Saturday. We didn't even have a meeting that day.
No, I think it was the, maybe the meeting that was canceled.
so there,
Because
that was one that I'm sorry, go ahead, Megan.
Was it canceled? Because it's just completely, remember we had like a meeting that wasn't posted correctly on
Yeah,
a
so-
Saturday?
but it's a-
Well,
it's a-
no, I don't think the
yeah,
date's wrong,
yeah.
but I was trying to make sense of this too. So the minutes I was not ready to accept,
Right, that's
any
fine.
of them.
So, no, so I think what's most important, trustee Fanning, is that was another one that I had a question on. So I had a question on basically all of them. So if we can merge them, then that would be great.
Well,
So-
I guess it almost just seemed like, because we were asking for these to be finished and they were just sent to us unfinished. And us trying to merge them, is there someone who could just finish them rather than us try to like have a 7-way text or email thread?
So I have no problem adjusting the minutes and getting it back to the board. And then if there's something that I missed, then just please let me know. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Sheenan, there was a motion that was called, so I just called just to rescind that motion. So can I have a motion to rescind the motion 2A1 to A9, please?
Motion.
Chris Neering, Carol Seehoff, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Right. So can I have a motion just to table these items?
Motion.
2A1 to A9.
Second.
Megan Messman and Caroline Fanning. All those in favor? Well, just a reminder, I will revise these and get them back to you by the end of the week, and then that way everyone can review them and provide any additional input. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. I'm gonna do each of the items for 2C separately. All right, can I have a motion for agenda item 2C1, please?
Motion.
Chris Neeren is first.
Second.
Carol Seehoff is second. Discussion on this item, for this particular item, it's contractual, it's in the, contract in terms of reporting of the time. And the time has been, reported, information has been provided to the Board of Education. And more importantly, the superintendent has not missed any, Board of Education meetings. So that's why I put this up as to rescind this reporting of time.
I have a discussion item. So with regards to C1, right now, there is no adequate way for the Board of Education to know the hours worked by the superintendent of schools. The only person that the superintendent reports her hours to is the board president. This is not adequate. It's not transparent. The resolution passed by the Board of Education on June 18th, 2025 requires the superintendent to report to the board monthly how many vacation days, sick days, personal days we use during the month. Prior to this resolution, the superintendent only reported to the board president. The superintendent keeps track of her own days used. This is the official record that I understand that we use. It's not in any kind of computer or tracking system. If I'm incorrect, please correct me. And the only individuals that see the record are the superintendent and the board president, when it should be the entire board. So I'm not really sure why there's an objection to this or a reason to rescind it.
So just for clarification, when the superintendent requests for time off, that request comes to the board president per the contract. And that, once it's signed and the information is then disseminated out to the board. I already shared with the board previously where all the timesheets are located. And so in a and then also it is noted in news and notes, not news and notes, but it's also noted via email in terms of any time that the superintendent takes off. So that's why I feel there's no need to to, to have this information and to request this information because it's something that's already being done.
So I agree with Juan's statements. I think he stated it very clearly, and I completely agree. It has been inadequate, our ability to just understand the tracking of time this year, and it's really, I don't see it as a big deal. I just see it as the entire Board of Education being apprised of understanding how many days off contractually, just tracking it more efficiently. The more I learn, the more I see so much is just not tracked efficiently. This paper, it's just like really just mind blowing. So I really didn't see it as an issue as well. So
I'm going to jump in. The resolution put before us, the way it reads. I'm trying to find the right thing. Whereas the board has reviewed and reconsidered the necessity, efficiency, and appropriateness of such reporting requirements. It basically says it's not appropriate or necessary for the board to provide oversight, but that is our job. So it's like asking us to abdicate our responsibility. And it has been haphazard. Lisa, you say that we know where the timesheets are. I have never seen a timesheet. Occasionally, we get emails or notifications that the superintendent will be out, but there's nothing that we can count on. There's no site online electronically where we can go to refer back to time. And in any job, this is a standard thing that you do, whether you are an employee low down or even at the top. I manage a staff, they always know where I am because that's how a team works. You need to know where people are if you need to schedule meetings. And as one example of an instance that came up where it really showed how we as a board suffer in our ability to do our job for lack of this information, last February, we were trying to hash out a timeline for the mid-year review because it is a multi-step process where there needs to be a certain amount of time allowed. And suddenly there was uncertainty with regards to whether or not the superintendent was going to be off for the winter recess. We had no idea. And we were scrambling, trying to figure out, does her taking vacation time that we didn't know about interfere with us being able to conduct the review? And in the end, it threw a wrench into the process and the review was late. And that was disappointing for to us because the board previously never conducted the end of year review. And we were trying to get back on track with regards to providing the oversight that is our job. So to repeat what Megan said, it shouldn't be a big deal to ask for simple time tracking.
I have a question on this that I need some clarification on. Where it says the board should receive a weekly notice in writing of her availability to perform her duties and responsibilities, including notice of any evenings she is unable to attend board meetings. Is this asking for the board to be notified when she's able to perform her job within her normal working hours and then when there's regularly scheduled meetings? Or is this asking for her availability for like any evenings that there's nothing scheduled for when we are trying to schedule another policy meeting or something like that?
You're talking about the original one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's the latter. I mean, it's so we struggled throughout the year to establish meetings. You know, we're constantly going back and forth. Like, look at us struggle over this calendar. So it's just a matter of knowing availability so we can be more efficient. Efficiency should be a goal of everybody at this table so that we can actually get back to focusing on the students. This is not hard. This is really not controversial, you know, and then at the end of the year, when there's leftover days not used, we also have in the contract to get paid out for those days. So it should be clearly documented for the Board of Education so that we are all aware and following this. This is not, so I'm sorry, I answered your question at the beginning and then I expanded.
So I think there's
well,
two things. Go ahead.
I don't have any opposition to being included in the reporting. I do think it's necessary that we're all informed on days off and things of that nature, but I feel like it's overstepping for us to just ask when any employee is available outside of their normal working hours. It's not our job to know
Excuse
where
me, no yelling out
everyone's.
from the community. Thank you.
I find it hard to believe that every salaried employee in every job has to provide their boss when they're available outside of their normal work schedule.
And that, so good, Mr. Trustenaire. Because I think for me, and I do take all the time that, any time that has been requested off, the board has been provided with the documentation for the time, the days off, vacation days that, that have been requested, have been provided to the Board of Education. I told the board about the location of where they were. I shared it with the Board of Education. That's number one. Number two, our superintendent has been here for all meetings, right? So I don't feel, it is not necessary as a salary employer, like Chris already said it quite well. I don't think this is necessary to do. So that's why I put it up. So does anyone have anything else to say on this particular item?
I do remember when there was a time when Dr. Talbot was not available during a certain week. And this is when the subject came up from other board members that they would like to know when or where she is or what's going on in the evenings when she can't be there for a board member. And I do think that's way overstepping. I think we're micromanaging. She's been there for every other meeting, and it's okay that she can't make these special meetings or these meetings that come out of the blue, and other board members aren't even asked about the date that has been stated, I'm calling for a meeting such and such at night. And three of you or four of you know what the date is, and we're the after fact. So I don't think that is fair or very transparent either, that meetings are called.
Well,
Please, no
okay, but
comment for the
that's a-
community.
Okay, but that's a different topic, right? And that is,
Bring up a lot of different topics also amongst, so.
So I'm just,
think it's-
let's wrap up this any other additional comments? that people
One
want to add?
more, could anyone provide clarity on the similar action that was taking place for Dr. Kelly?
I can't, we're not allowed, no, we can't.
No?
No,
Okay.
we're not allowed to, nope.
I have one more question, and it's more directed towards legal. If John can weigh in, just so the board knows and everyone else knows. I heard some individuals talking about normal working hours. Maybe you can shed some light on what are normal working hours for a superintendent?
They don't have normal working hours.
There's no specific working hours in the contract.
Well, that kind of speaks to,
So I'm sorry, is there an expectation that the superintendent needs to be available in the afternoon, 6 PM, 7 PM? Is there that kind of understanding?
So there's no specific provision in the contract that provides for no more working hours for the superintendent of schools in terms of the process that you're going through in terms of establishing meetings for the calendar. It's a process that the board sets those meetings at the beginning of the year, and that the superintendent is available for those meetings as established by the Board of Education. So that is a provision of your policy, and it's a provision of the contract that that the superintendent of schools will attend board meetings, and the superintendent also is present at various activities of the school district as required by her position, and that is what is typical in the industry. And so that's really the standard by which superintendents are judged.
But
So
not
to
their
the
beck
extent-
and call, right?
to the,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
to the extent that we are all volunteers and our meetings are in the evening, And it is hard for us to, when we have to schedule things, not just, official board meetings, but perhaps retreats or interviews or other items. It's as much in consideration of the superintendent as well as each other to know, okay, if you definitely can't come this day because you have, a previously scheduled engagement, it's good for us to know that. So we won't try to schedule you then. We'll try to figure out a day that works for everybody else.
But that's where the discussion takes place, that we all open up our calendars to determine a day and time that's convenient for whatever, if it's going to be a special meeting, if it's going to be a retreat, wherever it's going to be. Because we all have commitments. We're volunteers. She's salaried, so we all have commitments. So to say that up front right away that, this is what's happening. So my concern would be, like, hypothetically, if the dates and times were provided, but then something changes in her schedule, then all of a sudden we're going to hold her accountable to say, well, you said you were going to be available on November the 5th, but now you're saying you're not going to be available. So
I
my,
think-
like
I
I
think
already
we
said,
can
I feel like
handle
that we
change.
haven't had an issue with her being available for meetings, for her being accessible, and for different events within the district. So that's why I brought it back up again. And if the board has every time there is request for time off, it's given to the Board of Education. So according to the contract, it goes to the board president. The board president either approves or not approves it, and then it's given to the Board of Education. That has happened on a consistent basis. And then it's followed up in an email from the superintendent.
So this is like, this is very, very, very common in today's world to have shared calendars with availability. So it's really, we can think about the format of how we want to do this, but this is really not unusual.
It's very unusual for a superintendent to have to report their time on a daily basis like this. So
Yes.
at this point in time,
And
any
I feel
additional
the board,
comments?
Lisa, let me just say one more
Yeah.
thing. I think part of this board is just wants her there at their beck and call. And some of these issues is that she is at our beck and call and not there for the students and her staff. And there's too much going on and she's trying to please the board before she can, take care of the issues she's supposed to be doing and her job, that we are giving her the job to do what she should be doing. And we're not allowing that because we're restraining her in so many ways. So.
Any final comments, and that closes out?
Final comment. I want to first of all just thank the board for bringing this resolution back for reconsideration. I have been the superintendent here for 2 years, and I have not missed a board meeting. There was a policy meeting that was called perhaps 48 hours or so before. I was not able to attend that policy meeting because I was being a mom. And it appeared that after my inability to attend that policy meeting, I am then presented with a tracking GPS monitoring resolution. Whereas I have checked in with other superintendents who were very shocked that even such a resolution was presented. And none of them have ever been presented with such. My absences are reported to the Board of Education prior to the day taken via email. My attendance forms are submitted to the board president as I am contractually allowed or required to do. I have followed all of my time and attendance requirements. And thank you, Trustee Kretz. I do look forward to walking my days out as an active, engaged superintendent, putting children first, engaging with my faculty and staff, engaging with my parents to make a difference in our school system.
So all those in favor?
I'm sorry, Madam
Go ahead.
President, if there's no objection, Can I request a roll call for all items on C 1, 2,
I'm
and
gonna
3?
do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Not, I'll go see who all's in favor, and if not, then we'll go down the line. So all those in favor of 2C1? I'm sorry. All right, so I'm calling for a roll call. I'll start off with Leslie Kretz,
Yes.
Juan Leon.
No.
Hold on one second, I gotta. Chris Neering,
Yes.
Megan Messman,
No.
Lisa Johnson, yes. Carol Seehoff,
Yes.
and Caroline Fanning.
No.
Motion carries 4-3. Can I have a motion for agenda item 2C2, please?
Second.
Hold on one second. Carol Seehoff, Leslie Kretz. I brought this one up as well. The reason that I brought it up, first and foremost, I don't have a problem if this position is no longer going to be utilized. That's most important. What I have a problem with is that there was no planning that occurred in the possible elimination of this position. All I'm asking is that, so the position is limited, it would be has been abolished. Since it's been abolished, the roles and responsibilities from this position has been designated out by our superintendent to various individuals. I think the most person that's getting most of the work right now is Mary Stevens, and I may be incorrect on that. So part of my problem is that if we're going to eliminate a position, the roles and responsibilities of that position should be clearly determined prior to eliminating that position. Right? We just had a process here in terms of hiring. And once with the hiring process, then the follow-up is who's going to make sure that the candidates are notified back. The HR person has to follow up with her staff to make sure that it's done, or he or she has to make sure that it's done. So I'm just requesting that this be rescinded to allow the opportunity for Dr. Talbot and her cabinet to take a look at what a new structure could look like. That's number one. And number two, to allow for the proper budgeting of any positions that would need to be budgeted for if the position is going to be eliminated. So that's my feeling. So therefore, if there's new positions that's going to be established, who's going to be doing what? Who's going to be overseeing things? Right now, the person in the HR position was responsible for overseeing certain areas. So who's now going to pick it up? Does it go to Dr. Talbot? Does it go to Mrs. Stevens? So that's my concern of take a look at it, make a decision. My suggestion is come back to the board like in October. We're going to have a budget session. I don't remember the date, whether it's October or November. Come back at that time and say, this is what I'm recommending, even before that. So therefore, it can be part of the budget process. That's why I brought it back to the table.
So, Madam President, I have one question and one comment. My first question is just because I wasn't on the board when the Assistant Superintendent for HR was exiting. I don't know the terms in which she exited, and my question is, does this person have rights to come back to this job?
I don't think the person has rights to come back to the job, and I'm not looking for that person to come back to the job. And that I
Too
think,
tired.
yeah,
Okay.
right. So
Okay.
that's not the focus behind it all. It's just the focus to get someone else as an interim into this position until a decision is made what the structure is going to look like. That's all it is. So not to bring the person back. No.
So this is my comment with regards to C2, to rescind the abolishment of the position of Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. The Assistant Superintendent for HR that recently left our district started off in this district as a Director of Human Resources before being promoted to Assistant Superintendent. And of course, that came with a pay raise, but the job was being done while she was a director. Prior to this person being our Director of HR, the hiring process was a function of the Office of the Superintendent of Schools, with some help from clerical staff. This board has discussed going back to the model of having a director of HR as opposed to an assistant superintendent. The 2025-2026 school year budget, which is right here, allocates $185,000 for this position of assistant superintendent of HR. A director of HR would not draw that kind of salary. They may draw a salary of maybe 125,000 to maybe 150,000, which is a potential savings of 35,000 to 60,000 potentially. Those funds could be applied to hiring a director of IT, which is a position that's desperately needed. Those funds could be used or applied to hiring a director for ESL, which is another position which is desperately needed. Or those funds can be saved for emergencies that come up during the school year. Or these funds could be infused directly into the classrooms, immediately helping our teachers and students. So I urge my fellow board members to think long and hard if this district really needs another assistant superintendent of HR at a cost of $185,000.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in. Companies and institutions restructure all the time. It is very complicated. It can be painful, but it can be done. The fact that we are simply asking to go back to a setup that we previously had leaves me as confident now as I was when I voted to abolish the position in the first place, that this is something we should do, because to Trustee Leon's point, we need to find savings wherever we can. We are still trying to recover from the financial crisis of 2 years ago. So this seems to me like low-hanging fruit, and it's just a matter of will. So
I can see considering a director of HR, but I cannot see totally abolishing the position. I was here when that was done. I don't know how many years ago, but it was done. It was done rapidly, and it caused a trickle-down effect, causing many problems for our staff. It did not work. That's why the district went back to a position of HR. So I do not want to see the position abolished. And once again, it was just done, no plan in place, and this is not how you efficiently operate a school district. I would be in favor of a director.
Any other comments on this?
Yes, so Trustee Leon, what was the number that you gave for a director position?
We are budgeted for $185,000.
No, a director position. We made this a director, what was the number? You gave a number.
It's potentially $150,000.
Okay, so, and maybe,
So the question is, where did I get that from? I got that from another school district that's actually hiring for a director at this moment.
does that number include benefits?
Well, I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at. What do you think a director would cost?
I don't know. You're the one that looked it up. I'm just asking if that number included benefits, because I would think if we had the assistant superintendent of human resources and hired at an interim position, that wouldn't include benefits. So that might make up a difference. If that number you gave of 135 for the director, I don't know how much health benefits cost might be. Maybe Mr. Schneider could give that
Family
number.
plan is $43,000 a year gross.
Okay.
Okay, well, while we're on the subject, I mean, Mr. Schneider, I mean, you've been in this profession for some time.
Yes, sir.
What do you think is the going rate for a director? Not an assistant superintendent, because if we pay $185,000 for an assistant superintendent, a director would have to be less. I mean, I'm not asking for an exact number, a range would do.
I would say it would depend on the directors of athletics typically command higher salaries, directors of tech.
Just go a little closer to the mic.
Oh,
Thank you.
pick it up, right? I don't know. I haven't seen a director of HR in a while. 180 might be a reasonable number for it. But
Well,
I'm guessing, so I don't
okay.
want to get in.
Well,
in the
at
middle of it?
185, you earned the salary of an assistant superintendent in Amityville.
Yes, but to trustee Naring's point, as an interim, you're not paying any of those benefits. I'm not sure how that plays into the conversation.
Right.
But as an interim myself, there's no health insurance, no pension expense, there's nothing like that.
'Cause
So
what I was getting at is, does
I'm not sure
the,
if that was the question, though. I'm sorry.
would the number that we would pay an interim superintendent of HR equal, be more or less than a director position, including benefits?
Is that?
I mean, really, that opens up a bigger question. The
Yeah.
bigger question is, do we want to continue with interims?
Right.
Or do
But-
we want someone that we can hire as a director and possibly grow with the district? That's the bigger question for me.
So I
Thank
think,
you.
but
I
more
was-
importantly, is also that if we're looking at, to your point, do we always want interim? No, we don't, right? But on the same token, we don't even know what we want in different positions in this district. We've talked about, director of, what'd you say, technology?
right, we
Da-
need
da-
someone in
technology.
technology,
We talked about,
ESL.
right, so we talked about a lot of different things. So we don't know exactly which one we want, how much it's gonna cost, where's it gonna be budgeted at. So my point is, we're eliminating, we abolish a position. My only ask is that to bring it back, to allow the opportunity to make a decision for this year, what we're gonna do for next year, whatever that structure is gonna be. Is it gonna be a director of HR? Is it gonna be a director of data and technology? What is gonna be the structure? So therefore, we know how to plan, we know how to budget accordingly. And if we got an interim in here, it's not gonna be, it's gonna be for a short period of time. I'm not looking at getting an interim to be here for a year, 2 years. That's not it. We need to make a decision. Dr. Talbot needs to look at everything with a cabinet, make a decision, bring it to the board. So therefore, we know how to plan when the budget comes up. I'm sorry.
Which
Big-
that was the motivation for my question of comparing it to an interim, because I wanted to be able to evaluate the positions to see what would be the right fit. But at the same time, having a position filled so the job is getting done, and allow the other people that are now filling this position to do their jobs.
Absolutely, but Madam President, to your point, you want to possibly bring back a position of assistant superintendent for HR and then go through the hiring process of hiring them. So we are at the crossroads where we could hire a director right now if we wanted to. We
Thank-
have the funds.
My
Can I
focus.
jump in? Can I
Go
jump
ahead,
in?
Go ahead.
I've been, thank you.
Vegas and
I was been waiting to say that. If we're gonna go out for a position, why are we not just going out for a director? It sounds like we're in agreement that we can do it with a director. And we only had one conversation so far about restructuring in central administration. There are other positions that were identified, a confidential secretary that was needed, that there were other things that sort of needed to be cleaned up in central administration. So why would we jump back in? If we're saying we can do it with a director, why would we not just go out for a director?
I think at this point in time, my feeling is, I've already stated, just rescind it, bring it back, allow the decision to be made about what we want as a structure. If we go for a director, what else do we want? So that's my point. I don't think we should just jump directly to a director. I think we should put the position back, do an interim, determine the structure, determine what we're going to pay, and then move forward.
Can we be given some clarity as to the different job functions of a superintendent of HR compared to a director? And
I have the job description for the assistant superintendent for human resources. There's certain things in here that the director cannot do that the assistant sup does. So I don't have a director's job description. I only have the assistant sup.
does anybody here know what those job functions are that wouldn't be able to get done by a director?
With the director, you can delegate tasks. That person has to have a supervisor, which would normally either be Mary Stevens or myself direct. The assistant superintendent is more of a strategic leader who can have delegated authority to make decisions. Amityville has an operational deficiency. And we have gone through several rounds of variations of personnel throughout the district. To remove a key position as quickly as it happened has left a deficit where we are picking up the pieces. We are in the summer months where there is usually some turnover. There are exits from the district and there's entrances to the district. As you heard from AAA, there are also other bargaining units who are still without a contract. An HR person is pivotal in those negotiations, in those mediations. They are the labor person who is the walking encyclopedia of the contracts. And they work very closely with the business official to ensure that we are making progress. There are so many responsibilities that this person is responsible for. Just recently with the most recent personnel between Ms. Stevens and myself, we were reaching out, following up, having to check references, working with the support staff in the HR office to try to bring closure so that that person can get in place as soon as possible. It's important that whatever is decided, that there's someone in that position so that we can align ourselves to properly open school and meet all of the certification requirements, the civil rights reporting requirements, all of the mentoring certifications that must be signed off on, all of the evaluations that must be signed off on. There's so many things. The list goes on and on and on. This position is important, essential.
Any other comments on this?
Well, Madam President, would we entertain a, maybe not a motion, but just a question to see if we would be okay with a director? Maybe we can get direction right now. Let's just ask the board members, would you like to hire a director or would you like to hire an assistant superintendent? Let's just do that. And then we know.
I would add to that full-time director or part-time director.
I would say full-time.
I'm fine with part-time or I'm fine with entertaining part-time. I think sometimes you can be more efficient
No, we do
part-time.
full-time.
Well, I voted to abolish the position. So considering I'm coming from, ground zero, I think a part-time director is something I'm willing to consider because I
But-
think
Once again, we're going back to the same thing. We're making recommendations about, for a position. I'm gonna address Mr. Leon's statement about polling the board. We're going back to saying that we want a director for this position. I'm gonna poll the board in 1 second, but when we go to do that, there's still certain aspects, like, for example, the assistant can conduct superintendent hearings. So now that responsibility would go over to the assistant sup for curriculum instruction. So there's people that the assistant superintendent for HR oversees. Now that organizational chart now needs to be restructured. So therefore, who will determine who those people are going to report to? So I go back to the same thing. I am not opposed to going from assistant superintendent to a director, but I also want to know how it's going to be accomplished. Who's going to pick up all the roles and responsibility? Is there another director, another position that we would like to have in conjunction with this or something separate? So I will poll the board. I will ask the board right now in regards to, are you looking at it? If we rescind the abolishment, let me slow down 1 second. Mr. Sheenan, question. On the table, there's a discussion that's taking place about rescinding the abolishment position of the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. We're doing discussion right now. Got a first, got a second, and we're talking about it. So the question that I have is that, do we finish this out and then ask the next motion about the director, or do we now adjust this to say about the director? Because now that what Mr. Leon is now asking is to look at a director for this position.
It's just part of the discussion.
So, in terms of asking for board members' position on the director or not, if it's part of the discussion on this major motion, then it's permissible. But to make sure that asking a position is not the same as making a decision by consensus, right? So if there's four that are for it or against it, it doesn't constitute board action, but you can have it as part of a discussion.
Okay, thank you for clarification. So the question is right now that was posed by First Vice President Leon is to ask each board member their thought process on a director for Assistant Superintendent, a director for Human Resources. Yeah, just go around, just speak up.
I do not want to abolish the position of Assistant Superintendent of HR.
So you would like an assistant superintendent?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd be
Juan-
open to a
Juan?
director, but,
Right, I'm in favor of a director.
Chris?
I would like to entertain a plan to get to the director position, but I don't want to do it without having the structure already in place and not knowing what jobs would be done by who.
Okay.
Trustee Messman, yes.
Right, I'm in favor of director, and I think it's a step in the direction of being able to bring back other directors that Juan mentioned, and I had mentioned that previous meeting. And I think that we're gonna go out for a position, the same time frame that we would go out for an assistant superintendent, and in that time frame, we can relook at who's reporting to who.
Excuse me, I already gave my position. I just want to bring the position back, make a determination of what the structure is going to look like. And then from that point, if we need a director of HR, then we can go for a director of HR.
I would be in favor of a director, but I want a complete plan that goes along with it. Absolutely not part-time position. Once again, I have seen this in the past, and part-time would not be able to serve the amount of staff that we have in the district. And once again, I will revisit the director, but a plan has got to be put in place.
Trustee Fanning?
I can support a director. I think part-time is possible if, there was a plan to make it happen. I don't think that going back to an assistant superintendent with the intent of figuring out how to get to director is smart. It seems like going backwards to try to go forwards. So since we're already at the point where we don't have an assistant super, but there seems to be building consensus for a director, that seems to be the obvious direction to move.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm going to call for a vote, and it's regarding to rescind the abolishment of the position of Assistant Superintendent for HR. So if you want me to do a roll call, I'll do a roll call. Caroline?
No.
Carol?
No.
So no to rescind the abolishment of the position.
That is
So-
correct.
So that means you want the position to go.
I don't want to rescind the abolishment of the assistant superintendent of HR.
Okay,
So that's not the same as saying I don't support a director.
all right, so all right, so what's on the table right now is the motion that was, Carol was first, Leslie was second, which was to rescind the abolishment of the position for Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. That's what's on the table right now. That's it. So
If we want a
that-
director, it sounds like we need a different resolution.
Right.
So one thing at a time.
So exactly. So this is, but if you rescind the abolishment of the position for assistant superintendent for HR, that means that that position comes back. So everyone, because we've been doing a lot of discussion right now. So if we rescind it, then that means the position comes back. The position of assistant superintendent for HR comes back. So everyone's clear. We're not talking about director or anything like that. All we're just talking about the assistant superintendent for HR position. Do we want to keep it or do we want to get rid of it? And what's on here right now is to rescind the abolishment, which means that the position would come back. Everyone's clear?
Right.
Yes, yes,
Essentially,
we
the
have a line
question
of-
is that you have to
That was
answer
clear.
yes or no is, would you like an assistant superintendent
For HR,
for
right.
HR? That's the question,
That's
yes
the
or no?
question. Right. So
Why-
that's what's on the table.
Why don't you just
No
table
is
the rescinding and come up with a new resolution?
Right.
So we're
but
not tabling the rescinding. I'm sorry, Ms. Underhill, say that again?
Why don't you just table the rescinding motion?
No, we're voting on the motion and then we're going from there. So Caroline said no, that she does not want to keep the assistant superintendent for HR position. So
Correct.
now I'm going to Carol. That you don't want to keep the position. I think everyone's confused.
No,
I'm not confused.
no. You- Right, we have to address,
Li-
we have to
Lisa,
address the
Let's
motion.
keep going. I
Lisa
think-
wants to keep the position. Megan,
No.
no, she wants the position to go.
Mhm.
Chris Naring,
Yes.
yes, Chris wants to keep the position. Juan
No,
wants the position to go. And Leslie,
Yes.
Leslie wants to keep the position. So the motion fails. So right now, the position for assistant superintendent for HR has remains abolished. All right, so the motion fails 3-4. Now we're going to
well,
Well, should we
I mean,
call-
Madam President, before we move on to the next agenda item, should we maybe at least discuss for 5 minutes a plan of what we would like to do going forward, trying to get a director?
So.
Can we call a
we
resolution
don't-
to?
There's no need to
We-
call, there's no need to call a resolution.
I mean, look,
So
we,
Add a director?
No, there's no need to call a resolution. We're having a discussion right
Oh,
now
okay.
about
okay,
the
I-
position.
it's
So-
An action, it's just a formal
So-
vote.
So what's happening right now is that the question that's coming up is for, we already voted on 2C1 and 2. So now what you're asking me to do now is to have a discussion about whether or not we want to go out for a director for human resources. So
right, so,
well-
so really, my,
So can I just,
Sure,
what I would
yes.
like to do is, can I just finish 2C3? Can we finish that? And then I can, if we're gonna amend the agenda to add going out for a director, then I can add it in as 2C4. That's my
I don't,
question.
I don't mind that, but we're gonna have a whole nother discussion on the next item.
All right,
Let's
so,
finish this.
so we can just go ahead. The discussion is looking to go out for a director for HR.
Right, well, Lisa, my question is really this, and it's a question to my fellow board members. Are we ready to be in a position to say, yes, we hire a director, put it out on OLAS, we want the job? Or what I hear from certain board members is that they would like a little bit more information about structure. Do we want to talk about structure first? Or do we want to talk about hiring this person, getting this person in place, and then we talk about finer details about the structure?
So, go ahead.
I just want to answer, at least for myself, for that question. I would think if we're at the point where we clearly need to fill that role, the structure is really going to be dictated on what they're not able to do, that the HR position of the superintendent would be doing. So that it's an important question, but I don't think that'll really dictate the director position itself. It's really, we fill the position and then we could have a separate discussion on who's filling those other responsibilities
Right.
that are
I
now
would
left.
also add, I really feel like that's the job of the superintendent to figure out how to pick up the pieces and put them all together. It's not our job to get into the weeds and figure all this out. We decided that we don't want to spend this much on this position. So now you just kind of have to pivot. So, okay, now we'll hire a director. That's what we seem to be moving towards. And then it'll be the superintendent who figures out how to plug that person into the operations. And I think it'll be pretty obvious quickly where, the help is needed most.
So, so far, in my perspective, I still do agree that we need to look at the structure and who's going to be responsible for what. With the abolishment of the assistant superintendent HR position standing, then we do need to fill this position with someone, right? So if we're going to fill the position with someone, let's go out for a director of human resources. And as we're going out for director of human resources, then Dr. Talbot and her cabinet can look at who could be doing what, who will pick up the other roles and responsibilities of that the HR person was doing, right? So, we need someone in here to do this job. That's the bottom line.
So can we call a motion to pass a resolution to go out
We
and
don't,
hire?
we don't need a resolution. All I need to do
I
is.
think we do.
So, excuse me, Mr. Sheenan, just for clarification. So for what I was looking to do was to amend the agenda, right? To add an agenda item in regards to the director position. I know it has to be written out as a resolution, but we don't need to just, I just need clarification on that. So I would have to amend the agenda to add da-da-da.
So the Board of Education can create positions and amend. And when it does that, it is amending the table of organization, which means you're going to be establishing a position with a job description and a salary range. And you're going to say where that position is in terms of the table of organization. And that would be if you have that information for a resolution, that would be what the board, typically when it creates the position, it creates the position of director. If it's a director, the director there's typically a direct report. So when you're putting that out on OLAS or whatever, that's stated in the job description that this is the position, this is the area of responsibility, this is where it is in the organization, and as required by law, you have a salary range.
So
you
the
can
question I
certainly
have
create
is
that
then,
resolution.
how can we do it tonight without having all that clear information? I'm not trying to kick the can down the road. I'm gonna let you jump in 1 second, but my question is, how do we get this information? We're gonna be meeting next week on July 15th. So on that particular day, can we, in between now and the 15th, get the information, determine the structure, determine the salary range? And so therefore, when we go to vote on it, we know exactly what we're voting on. That's because Mr. Leon gave us a number, but he did some research, but we need to get more research so we know exactly what the salary range would be so it can be posted. That's my suggestion.
Madam President, I mean, what we could do is the assistant superintendent for HR is no longer with us. Like I said, started out as a director. We can find that salary.
But we need the salary in order to do the vote. That's what.
Well, can the resolution be for the superintendent to create the job description, which could be what the former superintendent had?
So the only thing I'm concerned about is, I know you want to get everything lined up before then, but every day we don't take action is another day that work falls on someone else.
And I understand that.
I know you
So,
do.
so, and that's why I understand that. So my thing is, I don't think we need a resolution. We can just say to Dr. Talbot to provide information to the Board of Education by Friday that will give us information about the salary range and the things that will be needed for a resolution
I like
for.
that. Yeah, a proposed job description,
Yeah.
including salary. We can, so,
I would like that as an action item, though.
yes. So I would like to propose a motion
What do you mean as an action item?
Motion
Motion.
Well,
to provide direction to get the job description by Friday, you said, Lisa?
yeah, that's what I'm saying to Dr. Talbot. We're saying it here right now, Dr. Talbot, please provide to us by Friday. Doesn't have to be a motion, doesn't have to be a directive. By Friday, the job description along with the
Well,
salary
this
range.
way it'll go into
and
the
whatnot.
minutes so that we
But
have
it is-
something to refer back to.
But it's
because
going
if
in- it's
we
going
had
into
a
the minutes
power
right
outage
now.
Tonight and the audio might be gone. So we want to have some record that
It's
this
going into the
happened.
minutes right now. Right now, we're,
It doesn't go into the minutes unless it's like an actual.
excuse me, please stop calling out from the audience. Thank you. From calling out to clapping and whatnot, please stop. Right.
Can we just?
So thank you.
So
Thank you.
so Caroline can call a motion though, right?
She can
She
call
did
him.
already.
She can call him. Go ahead, doctor.
Right,
John.
so we're right now at item C on the agenda.
Yeah, we're finished with 2C2.
Okay, C2, right, so in terms of I believe, if you're going to have a new agenda on, a new item added to the agenda, either you're gonna have a motion to amend the agenda, or you're gonna bring a new motion under new business. Okay, so
Okay.
that's.
So, but what
Okay,
is the motion? The motion is just to
So
have
there-
Dr. Talbot to.
So
get the
either you
information.
can add, there's no action by consensus, right? There's either
Right.
a request by the board president that goes to the superintendent of schools, or there's a motion passed by the Board of Education directing the superintendent to provide what the board wants by a certain date. So there's no action by consensus under Robert's rules. It's either a statement by the board president making the request, or there's specific action that says, directs the superintendent to prepare a resolution for board consideration at the July 15th meeting that provides for a director position with a job description and salary range.
I like that. What
That's
I
the
would, what I
motion.
would recommend is if we want to amend the agenda and make it item 2C4. And if John, just to make sure we have it precise, we have a couple minutes, can you write up the resolution for the board?
But does it need to be a resolution? Is it just, that's my question. Does it have to be a resolution? Is it just?
You can't do it by consensus.
The board president can make the request, but a board action is by resolution. That's the distinction. So yes, the board president may make a request, but it doesn't constitute board action. There's no action by consensus. I know there's always a consensus that's discussed by the board, but that's not action. If you want board action, it's by resolution.
But so can I, so Dr. Talbot has it. She has the assignment, so
No, the board would like to pass a motion.
just go ahead and do the motion. Go, stop calling out. Please stop calling out. Please stop clapping and whatnot, whatever you, so we can get this settled. So go ahead and call the motion.
Fine. I propose a motion to amend the agenda to add agenda item 2C4, which is, John, please assist.
Resolved, the Board of Education hereby directs the superintendent of schools to bring forward to the board meeting on July 15, 2025, a resolution to create the position of Director of Human Resources with a job description and salary range.
Okay, so I'm a first.
Second.
Hold on a second. Okay. So who was first?
I was first.
Second?
Megan, I think.
So first is Juan Leon, second is Megan Messman. So all those in favor of amending agenda to add this resolves the director superintendent to establish a resolution for the director of HR position for the job description and the salary range.
Aye.
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 Right. Motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 2C4?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nearen, Caroline Fanning. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, 7-0. All right, now we're going to agenda item 2C3. You have a motion for agenda item 2C3. Chris Nearen. Carol Sehor. Discussion on agenda item 2C3.
Yes, I do have discussion. This is the rescindment of hiring and recruiting policy 9240. I looked into this a little bit. So we held our first reading of this policy on June 18th, 2025. We held the second and final reading of this policy on June 26, 2025. There was discussion and this policy was passed with a 6-1 vote. All trustees in attendance voted in it. All trustees in attendance that night voted yes, with except for one. I recall as part of the discussion, which we had in open session, there wasn't anything particular that the board wanted to add to this policy. I just remember the discussion saying that you wanted to review and you wanted to see what else could go into it, but nothing really solid came from that. Right, so this policy that was adopted 6-1 by the Board of Education gives parents and the community members a voice in shaping our district and the opportunity to work alongside the school union leadership to help select our principals and assistant principals, a practice that is widely accepted in other school districts. If the board would like to add specific verbiage into the policy, I would recommend following the protocol. I would recommend not repealing the policy, but rather amending the policy. The policy committee and the board can review recommendations that weren't brought up during the first or second reading. But what we did was, in my opinion, something very special that hasn't been done before. We put it in writing. We detailed a policy, a specific makeup of a hiring committee. We opened the door for parents and community members to have a seat at the table when it comes to hiring our assistant principals and principals. So I'm urging my fellow board members to not close the door on the parents and community, keep it open, and if the board would like to amend the policy, let's have that discussion.
Right, so I just want to state that I did bring this one forward as well. So the reason that I brought it forward, and that was the reason that I did not vote for that policy on that particular night, that there's a policy, there was the 9240 policy, then there was a 9240 regulation. So what I did not have in front of me that night and to clarify, bring more information forward, was to find out, was there anything in that particular regulation and or policy that we wanted to bring into the current 9240? So that's number one. So I'm just requesting that we go back to the old policy to allow the policy committee to look at what aspects from the 9240 to 9240R that we want to make for this, that we want to put into the current policy. That's number one. Number two, the previous policy did allow for parents to be part of the process. So parents did participate. It was typically the APTC that was contacted to have a representative at the meeting. So that was already in existence. So that was not something new for this particular policy. What was new for this policy was community members. I do support community members being part of the policy, being part of the hiring process. It's not that I don't support it, I do support it. But I also want other aspects of what was in the previous one to be looked at. And so therefore, the policy is definitely inclusive for all individuals that want to apply for the position. So that's the reason why I wanted to rescind that particular policy, put the other one back in place. The policy committee, excuse me, has been established. We can meet this month We can look at it. We can look at the 9240 regulation, make decisions what we want to put in it, and then move forward with also adding community members to be part of the process. So then I just wanted to make that point that I'm not opposed to community members. Let's be clear. I think it's good to have them on part of the process for these key individuals. And then also the parents were already a part of this particular committee. I mean, already part of the process to be on the hiring.
Do I understand that there was only one member of the policy committee going through this?
I don't remember how it started. I really don't.
Because
we
I
had-
would
we had-
want,
we had
I
so
would
many
want the
policies.
entire policy committee to go through it, or two, at least two people, and not just have one come to the table with it. So,
Understood, but there were two opportunities for the full board to discuss this, and it was passed 6-1. I mean, if you want to repeal it, that's a prerogative of the board. That's up to the board. But Madam President, I think what you're talking about, which is trying to incorporate some portions of the regulation into what we already have, that sounds more like an amendment.
I think it's more
Yeah.
advisable that we maybe look at this at the policy committee, at a policy committee meeting, and see what we can integrate into this policy that was in the existing policy that is now has not been approved, because this was approved as Mr. Leone said, 6-1. I wasn't on the board when this was approved, but everybody else here was.
Yes,
and-
it was approved 6-1. We deliberated for quite some time on a number of community members. We created an application. We then voted with a board vote, board action to remove the regulation from the website, and it still resides on the website.
It's not on the website.
Was it finally taken down
not on-
today?
It's not there.
This must have been taken down today. And then we made a
Yesterday it was
decision
down.
to send out the application and have, should have been by yesterday, so that we can start reviewing community members that could be part of this hiring policy committee right away. That's why we were meeting in public session on the 15th, for that particular reason. So I'm not exactly sure why that didn't happen either, and I know a community member already asked that, and I updated that file so that it could happen. So the fact that this is coming before us when we just already voted 6-1 for the new policy is, just upsetting. Why is one person deciding to bring that back?
So can I just make it, just like in previous resolutions, one person did bring in previous resolutions. So one person, me, has brought this resolution back. So that's absolutely fine. So that's number one. Number two, I just kind of feel like I've already stated, so other people can talk. I don't need to repeat
All right.
myself again.
I'm gonna jump in, at the June 26th meeting and in now 3 meetings since then, we listened to community members and Lisa expressed how important it is for the policy to have the diversity, equity, and inclusion language. I also heard on June 26th, a former trustee express how certain language can have a chilling effect on white candidates. Both can be true. And it is not surprising that this issue has become so divisive. But to, trustee Leone's point, we can revisit it and amend the policy as appropriate through the policy committee. We don't have to undo what was already done with a 6-1 vote. What is surprising and continues to be surprising is the opposition that we seem to be receiving with regards to trying to include, more community members in the hiring committee. I don't see anything in the old policy that calls for parents, even the APTC or outside community members.
So outside community members were not part of the old policy, but the APTC was.
They
They were there. They were part of the
the
process.
APTC is in this policy?
It was in there, yes, because they were part of the committee, the hiring committee. Yeah.
Well,
Apparently,
this
so
page-
usually they would
okay,
use it.
maybe I missed it. This policy is pages long, but regardless, at the June 26th meeting, we heard, Dr. Wade explained that the committees that have actually functioned did not include parents. It was one assistant superintendent and the heads of the seven collective bargaining units. So there was no parent representation, even if it was included in the policy. So what we, or many of the trustees are excited for, is to have a robust, new, clearly articulated policy that calls for a committee with all the new members, that being one assistant superintendent, the heads of the seven collective bargaining units, and 5 community members, a committee of 13. That's clearly defined. So I don't want to lose that when it was already approved was 6-1 vote. If we need to revisit the language to address other community concerns, we can do so through the policy committee. Through an amendment.
Anything else anyone else wants to speak on? And so, once again, I just stand with what I feel, that I feel that we need to just rescind it, go back to the old one, and allow the opportunity to go through the regulation and everything. And so everyone had their voice. So anyone else want to say anything or no? We're done. Okay.
So you're concerned about the regulation that we don't even have in front of us. I don't even know where it is.
I'm concerned that, I just want to look
We
at that.
never received a copy of
Right.
the regulation.
So I'm just concerned that we
Yes.
just need to look at it.
I
And
think
so
too.
I just
The
feel that,
regulation.
if we'll go back to the other one until we look at it. And once again, I need to make it very clear, I am in support of community members being part of the process. I do support that. So that's going to be most important. It's not like I oppose it. So I'm in support of it. But if we go back to what we have for right now, then policy committee meets, look at the regulation, look at everything, the new one, the old one, merge it together and go from there. That's just my recommendation. So, any other discussion on this item? Okay, so I will do a roll call. Leslie?
I'm in favor of rescinding because I would like to relook at 40R, the policy committee. 3 of you.
Juan?
No.
Chris?
I would like to look at 9040R at a policy meeting, but I would voting no for this, so we could look at it later on.
So no to rescind, okay. Megan?
No.
Chris, you're saying no, that you want to rescind it, or yes, you want to rescind
I'm
it?
saying no to rescind.
Okay, just want to make sure, okay. I'm not trying to persuade, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm hearing that, Carol? Carol?
No.
Yes for me. And then Caroline?
No.
Right. So the motion fails, 2-5. Right. So now we're going to 3B. Is there anything that I can do together, or can I do anything? Can I do it all together, or do I need anything to do separately?
Madam President, I would request that item number 3B54 be done separately.
All right, so can I do agenda item 3B1 through 3B53? Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, but there was a comment from one of the community members that there might be a duplicate in the assignments. So
No,
is that something that would
Let
just be?
me just call for the motion, and then I will.
Oh, for the discussion?
Yeah, discussion. All right, so can I have a motion for agenda item 3B1 to 3B53?
Motion.
Chris Neering is first.
Second.
Juan Leon is second. Okay, discussion. So I was looking at it as well to see if there was any duplicates, and
Well, it might have been on a previous agenda. I don't know that we would pick it up right now. But if there was a duplicate in an assignment of this one.
so go, Dr. Talbot.
I was just asking if there was a need to pull any person listed for
Any concern? Okay.
Okay.
Or any other questions or comments about this?
So if we do vote on this and there is a duplicate, could we then?
We'll
rescind
address it,
at
we'll
the next
rescind it
meeting?
on the 15th.
Okay.
Because we can't talk about the names in public. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3B54?
So moved.
Carol Seehoff, Leslie Kritz. Discussion, am I allowed to do a discussion on this? Or just vote? Just vote on it, okay, all right, so. All right, all those, in
I'm sorry, did I miss discussion?
no, I think, am I allowed to discuss it? Because it's personnel or?
I mean, the position itself
You,
can
you
be.
can discuss the merits of the
Oh.
position, not the employment history of the individual in the position.
Go to one.
So, Madam President, and, sorry, with regards to 3B54, which is the appointment interim assistant superintendent for finance and operations. My comment is this: the Board of Education currently has an active job posting for this position. It's on OLAS right now. It's posted. The job posting closes next Wednesday, at which time the intention is, or maybe was, to review all applicants, put them through the hiring committee process, and determine who is the best person for the position of assistant superintendent for finance and operations. This is a critical position in the Amityville School District, especially given the financial issues of the district in the past few years. Our current interim assistant superintendent for finance of operations could and should apply for the position, but then let the district and the board determine who is best to fill the position and move our district forward. Right now, there are a number of candidates that have applied for this position and are waiting for a call from us for an interview. There is no need to give this job away tonight without hearing what other candidates have to offer. So I strongly urge my fellow board members to reconsider approving this resolution tonight,
It's not a resolution, it's a reappointment.
this motion tonight.
Yeah.
My apologies.
So I feel that we went through the process and everyone was actively involved. Previous board members that were here, each person had an opportunity to speak. And so I feel like for this particular position to stay with where we're at, and then we can move forward to fill the position down the line. So that's just my feeling on it. We already went through the process. We already looked at applicants for an interim position. And I'm gonna I'll leave it there because I can't go too far.
I don't feel the process was adequate, which is why there was so much emphasis on putting together the hiring committee. So now that the committee is set to be in place, you should utilize it.
Any other comments on it?
I'm not sure that I need to say it, but over this course of getting to this point, I didn't think the process was adequate either. I asked for the resumes, was denied. I asked for the backup, was denied, eventually got it. And to Juan's point, we have this new policy. We are actively trying to engage the community. Why would we stop that momentum?
Any other comments on this?
The hire for the interim assistant superintendent for finance and operations followed policy 9240, and the regulations were followed. There was no violation of the process, and the best candidate was recommended for the position. I just want to be clear that while some may feel it wasn't adequate, the policy was followed as written, and the process rendered a viable candidate who is already making a great progress in the position.
Now I'm just calling for a vote. So all those in favor? Aye.
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 So we're calling for, we already did the vote of, we did first and second. So now I'm just calling for the appointment of the interim assistant superintendent of finance and operation. So I have Lisa Johnson, Leslie Kretz, Carol Seehoff, Chris Neering. Opposed,
Opposed.
Opposed.
Megan Messman, Juan Leon, and Caroline Fanning. The motion carries 4-0. Okay. Right. Can I have,
4-3.
I'm
No,
sorry.
not 4-0,
Okay,
4-3.
thank you. 4-3, sorry. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3C1? I'm sorry, oh my gosh, 3E1, sorry about that.
Motion.
Chris Neering, Carol Seehoff. Any discussion on these items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3F1, please?
Motion.
Chris Neering, Carol Seehoff. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, Madam President, discussion. And this might be a question that's more directed towards our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction.
We'll direct it toward Dr.
I'll direct
Talbot.
it, yeah, I'm
and-
just giving you.
And then she'll hand it off.
Perfect, just giving you some notice.
Yep.
So with this, I looked at this, and this is for nonviolent crisis intervention at a cost, it's some kind of training opportunity at a cost of $4,699, which is a bit pricey. I know it is coming from a grant, and specifically the grant is the IDEA grant, which is Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I'm not a grant expert. I tried to read a little bit about this, and that's why we might have to defer this to someone else. But, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me. But my impression is that from my research that this could be used for special education teachers, this grant. It could be used for administrators. It could be used for related services such as psychologists. Could be used for early intervention services for infants and toddlers with disabilities, counseling, medical service, school aid, paraprofessional services, speech therapies, and so on. My question is more geared towards, is this the best use of the grant? And can this grant be used for the things that I just mentioned?
Dr. Talbot?
Yes, the IDEA grant is used for all of those listings that you just shared, and training is one of them. Crisis prevention training is an expensive training overall, but this person comes back and turnkeys the information and trains the staff here in district. This is one of the initiatives for our superintendent's conference day. And this person will be back in district helping to turnkey this training and provide staff with this training before the school year opens. Ms. Stevens, would you like to add anything more to that?
I would just add that we have in the past been training teachers every 2 years in this to make sure that they're current in practices. This is a train the trainer model, so it will actually allow us to save money. Instead of training each person, we would have one person in district to do the training.
I appreciate that explanation, and I do believe that this is valid. I just question if we can use that $4,699 to help our students directly with speech intervention or speech therapy or psychologists. I'm more questioning of is this the best use of the grant money? So I'm not exactly convinced that it is at this point. That's it. That's my opinion.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
Yeah, is there travel involved with this, or does that amount cover just those 3 days of the actual training?
It covers the 3 days of training.
So just the training itself, it's not anything
It's-
additional that,
No, and
that
it's
price
local.
is just for the training and that's it?
It's for the training. It's local. Yes.
Any other questions on this item? All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Megan? Because I have, I think Caroline Fanning, Carol Seehoff, Leslie Kretz, LJ, Chris Nearing. Opposed?
One opposed.
Juan Leon. Megan?
Opposed.
And again, not because I think the training is bad training. It's just,
I know,
could we use that directly to help kids instead?
motion carries 5-2.
Lisa, I realized that, on item 3B48, I had noted this in executive session, but we didn't say it out here. There was no end date.
Yes.
So do
So,
we have to do
Mr.
that?
For agenda item 3B48, the backup did not have the end date of 7/30/25. Can I just amend it at this point in time? Or do I?
The board approval of FMLA is really ministerial.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't have to.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just, because we talked about it.
Okay. All right, so at this point in time, we're gonna go to old business. And I just need to step away no, I'm talking to you. I just need to step away for a second, so I need you to take over. There's anyone.
Okay, members of the Board of Education, we are at item F4, old business. Is there any old business for discussion? Seeing none?
Well, no, I do.
Okay,
Oh, no,
I
I have like a, okay, so we had been discussing the district calendar. And there was a draft at some point emailed to us. And I'd have to go back through my notes, but I did have some feedback and I'm gonna try to just go off the top of my head. When you have parent-teacher conferences, why do we have to schedule them so that they're on different days per building? Because I find, and I get feedback from parents, that it's very challenging when you have kids in multiple buildings to have the early dismissals and it's spread out. And I haven't looked at the district calendar in a few weeks now, the draft, but as an example, it's like right before Thanksgiving, maybe the day before Thanksgiving, we're gonna have an early dismissal. And then like right when you get back from Thanksgiving, you can have an early dismissal if you have a kid in another building. And I think that we should be more aware of that because it's very challenging for parents to have to accommodate these early dismissals. And I had, another scenario came up when I was at the moving up ceremony of second grade, I think. And it was right at the same time that Park Avenue was dismissing. And parents were in the hallway going, I can't get my other kid and I'm waiting to get my kid. So it's just being like very mindful of the scheduling of those early dismissal type days is something that jumped out at me and has been challenging. I don't know if there's other comments on the draft calendar. I'd have to go back if anybody else has comments on the draft calendar that we were emailed. I'll see if I can remember what else I had, but I guess no one else has anything right now. There was discussion of a robocall to alert, I think it was to alert the community for the cell phone meeting on the 15th, and also that we were having that hiring committee application going out, which now I'm not even sure if we are, right? We didn't rescind that policy. So what's the status of that robocall? Dr. Talbert?
So for the cell phone forum,
Yes.
a parent square notice has gone out, a social media notice has gone out, and a website posting has gone out.
Okay.
The robocall will go out on the day before, which is the 14th.
Okay, thank you. And how can community members that are not current district parents sign up for robocalls? Because there was interest expressed in that as well.
Right, so that was a question that I needed to follow up with legal
Okay.
on
Okay,
in terms of what allowances are available to us for that outside of our immediate student parent contact information.
okay, so you're gonna follow up on that. There was already a request again for a presentation of the summer program. So is this something that we formally have to agree to as a Board of Education, or is this, like, do we want to get it on the calendar in August?
Ms. Stevens and I are doing the calendar for presentations, which we will share with the board, and you can give us feedback from there.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to note that there was a question about the $2 million. And in our last public meeting, there was reference that it might be available in September, but then you followed up and you clarified that it was probably more likely November that we would. So I just wanted to note that, since for anybody that's listening.
Right. So the question was asked, how do we receive the 2 million?
Mm-hmm.
And the money is wired to us, which was my initial response, and I wanted to confirm that. And so the money is wired, and it was received last year, November. And so we anticipate the same time frame. We were told in the fall, beginning in September, to start looking for it. However, last year it came in November, so we're November 4th.
Okay, thank you. Is the Board of Education going to have an opportunity on one of our upcoming meetings to talk about that $2 million and how we can allocate that $2 million? I guess I'm asking board officers, I don't know, I mean,
So
we
I
haven't
think Dr.
talked about
Talbot
that.
was gonna say something.
Okay, go ahead.
So the $2 million is a part of our state aid. It's a bullet grant. It was given specifically to assist us in retaining Northeast Elementary School. So in our discussions, we are looking at planning for next year's budget. And so whenever the board is ready to further discuss that, we can do that.
Okay, I remember last year there was discussion that it was noted that it was earmarked specifically for Northeast, but it really wasn't clear that it was actually earmarked for anything specific. So I guess you're saying there's a letter that accompanies this $2 million that's specific to Northeast?
It's not in writing, but the request was made of the public officials for Northeast. So in good faith, they rallied for that purpose. And so I'm sure in good faith in return, we would like to honor the purpose for which the funds were given to the district.
So just for clarification, if there was a discussion about the 2 million being used slightly different, that's something that could occur? I'm just. Okay.
So that brings me back to a previous request that I had during the budget season to understand the operating cost per building. So I guess now that we have an interim, assistant super of finance, can I please request again that the board be given, the operating cost per building, so we can begin to better understand holistically a solution for the future?
Sure. So that was one of the very first conversations we had, was about building utilization. We know that you've received some of the information in part, but that's one of the charges that we have before us to produce that information.
Is there a timeline that we can anticipate that? I don't want to just sit here and set a deadline. So I would like to ask you, what is your timeline to give us the operating cost per building?
My first objective is to work with the coding system that I've inherited so that I can isolate everything from custodials to teachers to aides by building, and then furthermore isolate the utilities by building. So there's a little bit of behind the scenes legwork and then maybe some recoding. And recoding isn't something to take lightly because then you lose the history of other codes. So it's still something I'm talking about with my staff, but utilities, as an example, is just booked lump sum into a code, and you can see that in your budget status report. But we have the invoices that break it down by meter, which is essentially we can isolate the buildings. The staffing is easy enough to pull out, and there's some
Right.
minutia to how they're coded, especially with split FTEs. The answer to your question is I'd like to get deep into the budget cycle, which for me really is the end of December, when I have a pretty good projection on where I think the budget is going that I can discuss with the superintendent, and then we roll that out in January. If the board's intention is to move that cycle up, then I'll abide by the board's wishes, but there is some legwork to isolate certain types of costs by building, but I'm very
Okay.
interested in seeing that.
Okay, yeah, we did just talk about in the calendar that we want to move up that cycle to early November. And I think that it's very critical that we have this understanding early on.
I could tell you
In
if
the
it's
fall.
November, I could probably give you 1 year of history isolated, but as I had mentioned when we first met, I was looking to go back 5, 10, 15 years. That I probably couldn't pull off by November, but giving you 24,
Right, but it's
25
and it-
isolated,
Right,
that
I mean, it doesn't even have to be like an exact number. I mean, we're
Right.
talking like an understanding,
Mhm.
a range, or just,
then by
Just-
November, yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you, thank you.
Also, I'm not sure if there really is a value to go back 10 or 15 years. But I mean,
Yeah, well, I had spoken earlier, sir, when we had first met, about looking at how the district arrived at the fiscal position that it's in, and it started 10 to 15 years ago, and I need to know what happened in those early years around 2010, I believe it started, probably with the gap elimination adjustment, the state aid cuts. I want to make sure that's the reason and that there isn't anything else, but that's sort of a secondary thing I have to look into.
all right. Anyway, Madam President, we ended off with C4.
I'm still going.
Oh, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
All right.
So I know I mentioned about the presentations, Dr. Talbot, you said we were gonna get a calendar of presentations. I'd love to see the curriculum presentation part 2, part 3, part 4, whatever we need. You know, maybe to even hear or invite to have the Curriculum Advisory Council here. That's a thought. I will send it to the board when we see that calendar of presentations. Tonight, I was wondering, are we bringing back the Budget Advisory Committee? We had said a 2-year commitment. Did we need to reappoint a different head of that Budget Advisory Committee formally, or is that just established?
So that was one of the questions. There was 2 things there, but that was my other question. I believe the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee was only for 1 year, but the person who oversaw it, the both are gone. So we do need to reappoint someone else to oversee the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee.
We need that committee.
Yeah. So I would like to
Okay, and
get I'd like to get that going. I'm sorry, go ahead, Megan, then I'll jump in.
No, I thought at first it was a 2-year, but I think we had changed it to 1 year.
Yeah, it
So
was just
we
1
need
year.
to do the same thing and
Right.
Seek participation.
Right, we have to do the whole process all over again. Not in a bad way, it's a good way, that we need to go ahead and go out. And I'm sorry, Megan, finish up and then I'll.
Okay, I do a few more. I have,
That's fine. Then I'll jump in.
we were gonna get $43,000 from the DOT. Did that happen?
The gotta get my government agencies. The County Department of Highway needs to meet to pass a resolution which contains a full release that they in turn give to the town. And once the town has that, they cut the check. The town believes they'll have that resolution in September, so I believe the earliest we would see the money would be late September, knowing how long sometimes these things take, but certainly by October, I believe we'll be paid.
Okay, thank you. As far as the cell phone meeting on Tuesday, will there be slides used? And if so, then we would anticipate seeing the slides in our Friday transmittal? Or is there, I don't know, are there gonna be slides used? I don't know.
We are meeting tomorrow to discuss the forum and the setup. So maybe by Friday, you might receive a draft.
Okay.
But it's gonna take us shifting some gears to prepare for the forum, which is Tuesday, the 15th.
Okay, thank you. Draft sounds good. Do we know at this time of the year how many students are going to charter schools? Because we had very specific discussion of how many to carry in the budget, so I was curious if that's like a known.
There is the same deadline for private and parochial to request transportation. That
Right.
might not capture all of them, so I can get the data for you. I wouldn't say it's a hard number, but it'll give you a good idea whether or not we're on target for budget.
Okay, I think that would be helpful to see.
I'll get that to you in Fridays.
Okay, great. Is there, the VADR report that goes to the state for the end of the school year? What's the timeline to do that, and will the board receive a copy?
Dr. Talbot?
Yes, that report is not due just yet. Mary, do you have the timeline on that?
It's due at the end of the month.
The end of July?
Yes.
Okay, do we formally accept that, or is that we would just get a copy of it for our information?
Dr. Talbot?
We enter it into the business portal, but we could provide copies of what's submitted.
Okay, but it's not like a resolution on July 23rd.
I'm not sure if the actual printout can come from the portal. We'd have to double check that. But we could provide the data if the actual report is not printable from the portal.
I had requested the region's passing rates. At this point in time, can that also be included in this Friday's transmittal? I'm seeing a head shake. Yes, thank you.
Dr. Talbot?
Yes.
Yes.
I just have. Okay, thank you for entertaining my bullets here.
Any other old business?
I do. I just want to be totally clear, because I had a question too about the cell phone forum. Is the format hasn't been worked out at all, or are you close?
We've not designed it on paper. We've had some preliminary discussions.
Okay. Too soon to say. Okay, the culture and climate survey that went out in May, when will we be able to see those results?
We'll be finalizing that in the coming weeks.
When will, I know you have to wait for the summer graduation, but when will graduation rates be available?
So that should be sometime in August because its graduation rate is around cohort, or will it be a little later than that?
Okay. So I'm going to request that when we get the Veda report, the region's rate passing, or the region's grades and the graduation rates, can we also get them for the 2 years prior? So we have 3 years worth to compare.
Is the other years online?
Well, even if a link to where to find it, because sometimes.
Yeah, I'm
you
not,
can-
I think it's a good idea. I'm just double checking. Is that information online as well? Or is that something that?
I feel like it
that-
should be. It should
Yeah, or
be
is it something that, maybe slightly different than what we have? I'm just curious.
I mean, I just want to be able to do like a side-by-side comparison. How is this year compared to last year compared to
Yeah.
the previous year?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it's a good idea. I'm just asking the question. That was all. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Keep going.
Okay. Um, so it seems we're rolling out the new website, which is exciting. On the page, the budget page, well, first let me ask, are there elements of the website that are not complete yet? Okay, so, got it. I clicked on the budget archive link and it didn't lead anywhere, so I just assumed, okay, that hasn't been, finished yet. But even with the previous website during budget season, what I found was that the archive such as it was, there did not seem to be a standardized format to it in the sense of what was posted. Maybe for 1 year, there would be the proposed budget, but not the adopted budget, or there would be some budget presentations, but not everything. It would be nice if for the last, I would say at least 5 years, and ideally even more than that, a standardized list of all the links that should be included with regards to budget information. All the presentations, the draft budgets, the approved budget, or I guess the adopted budget, the voted budget. So like 3 different versions, multiple versions. The internal and external auditor reports. Because those are hard to find and sometimes they're mislabeled. You think you're finding one report and it leads to another. And as a new thing, I would say minutes from the community, the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee.
Just for clear, you're talking about the old minutes or the new ones that are going to be upcoming, or both?
Well, we only had the 1 year's worth,
Right.
but what I'm asking for is basic, like kind of what we seem to have the beginnings of in the old website, where you could go back and on the side tab, you could see years worth of budget information, but it wasn't completely standardized. I would like to see that standardized so that I can compare 5 years worth of auditor reports, adopted budgets, approved budgets, et cetera. So since we are rolling out a new website, now would be the time to kind of come up with what are the things we want to include for each year, budget-wise. I mean, I can follow up with an email saying, these are my top picks for what I would like to see on it. I just rattled them off, but I could put it to writing.
Do you have anything else?
Yes,
There's one thing. A couple things.
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. No,
This
go
is
ahead.
the last one. The library project, whose money filters through the board. What responsibility for oversight does the board have with regards to making sure that everything is happening as it should?
It's an outstanding question. I'd have to defer to legal on that one.
I have to download a legal one.
Not to put you on the spot, John, but
Thanks, Rich. That's right. I'll take that question directly. So this for change orders as part of the project, the superintendent of schools does have to sign off on change orders. You have an overall fiscal responsibility because the funding comes through you with respect to the overall project. So since the library doesn't have the ability to raise taxes, the funding obligation, in terms of the budget and the funding obligation is something, and the final cost reports are something that you have to watch for. In terms of the library has the obligation to have an architect and a project manager if necessary, and to ensure that the day-to-day obligation of that project is on track and being supervised. With respect to the district's responsibility, it's primarily had to do with the funding, but also SED requires certain submissions that are required for the project to come through the district office.
I'm scratching my brain trying to think what besides approving the budget itself, within which this was aligned, have we seen to show us, like, nothing has come across our, desk as far as papers relating to the library
Well,
project.
the board wouldn't. It's primarily through the superintendent.
So if there's a
Um,
change order, the board wouldn't see it?
Well, so the change, the board wouldn't see it because it is something that is really an SED requirement. So the SED, the project number is still under the district. And the overall supervision of it is the architect that is in charge of the project. But the board does have funding, not the board, but the district has funding obligations for that project.
So can I
to
jump
add to
in
that?
on
Yeah,
that?
sure.
Have there been change orders? Because that project seems to be very delayed. So just out of curiosity. Have you been?
I'd rather go back in my files and see exactly
Okay.
what they have funneled through the district. And then respond accurately. Because we have worked closely with them on approvals that they've needed through SED for the approved project.
I could
It
add
has
to
been
it that the
delayed.
district,
Megan, it has been delayed. It is in your browsers and stuff. Why? There's a lot of water issues. And they had to have the water
So
tested,
speak more
they
to
had
the
to
mic.
have it drained, they had to have, so that was.
Trustee Kretz, can you go more to the mic?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
it's my understanding after having this discussion with the district's external auditors that the school district facilitates the borrowing for the library. The library itself runs the project, so if there are change orders, it's my understanding that the library deals with those change orders. We, at the end of the school year, would get expenditure reports and reflect their debt and their expenditures and everything in the project on our books so that it would appear in the district's audit report.
Okay.
That's kind of simplistically high level. We facilitate the borrowing from, that's old news. We've always done that. The new thing that has sort of surfaced is we have to reflect the library's actual construction expenditures on our books. And we've now reached out and had communication to my staff and theirs to get that information so that it can be reflected on the audit report that is going to happen as of June 30th.
Okay.
I mean, I can go back and look to see whether or not when the project was first established, whether there were any agreements delegating authority as between the district and the library. Sometimes there is an agreement to make sure that this sort of strained relationship is addressed in a delegation between the board and the superintendent and the library board. So I can take a look at that.
Yeah, I guess I would just think that if at the end of the day, this board is ultimately responsible for making sure that everything is, being kept fiscally sound, there would be some sort of reporting that we would see, if for nothing else, than to reassure us, yes, everything is on track.
Well, there is a library board and there is a director and there's financial people there and they're all on target.
Well, that's just what I'm.
Not our job is micromanaging the library renovation.
I'm just trying to understand the dynamic because this is a strange, unusual relationship and the money does filter through us and we approve it. So I just want to understand it better. And make
Yeah,
sure that-
I can provide you with greater information as to what happened in this project and what if there are any agreements in place as between the district and the library.
Thank you.
I only have one more thing, Madam President, and this has to do more with our finances. Just going back to the designation of our banks, our financial institutions, just looking at New York, I'm sorry, what was it called? New York Class. I'm assuming that since this bank was not on the previous reorganization agenda and was only approved now, they are not holding any of our funds. Is that correct?
I'd have to say you're making a logical statement, but I don't, I would hope not.
All right.
Because they were an approved deposit.
Right. I mean, you haven't transferred any funds?
No.
Oh, okay,
No.
all right, that's
As
what
of
I'm
the
asking. So-
May
Okay.
treasurer's report, there's no funding in there. And I would just want to add, based on an earlier question that happened, that class collateralizes all of our deposits to the tune of 102%. So there's collateral for all the money we would prospectively invest with them.
Right, so I'm not sure, I mean, this might require a bigger discussion and definitely looking into what this financial institution does. I'm on their website. It looks like a lot of municipalities go into them, like fire departments and villages and things like that. But they are not, they do not appear to be FDIC insured. And it appears the reason for that may be because they put you in a portfolio with all kinds of variable investments. So they can't guarantee that you won't lose your money, and they can't guarantee that it can't go the wrong way. So that's why it's not FDIC insured, just like the stock market is not FDIC insured. So
They're not traditional checking accounts that would warrant FDIC insurance, so the community member is correct about that. But they are collateralized deposits, which effectively provides a level of protection for.
right. So for me, I need to read a little more into this to see how I feel about it, but this is the first time I've come across this.
I just have, just to go circle back, and then I have two things for, new business. For the citizens at a budget advisory committee, thank you for bringing up trustee Messman, because that was one of the things that was on my list. So now do we have to appoint Mr. Snyder as the person that's gonna oversee it, or, because the last time I think we did an appointment. So I'm not too sure we need to appoint him. That was one question. And then two, is the board willing to utilize the same process as last year in terms of the application and everything? So therefore it can go out as soon as possible and just be updated. So Mr. Snyder get all that information and updated. Is the board okay with utilizing the same process as last year?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. All right, so that was all that I had. And Mr. Sheenan, in terms of do we have to appoint Mr. Snyder as the person who's going to oversee the citizens, the budget advisory committee? Is it necessary, or is it just?
Yeah,
sort of-
it is a committee. It would be an appointment.
Okay, so that's something that we probably would have to do at least by the next time around to amend the agenda to add.
Yes.
Okay. So any other old business? Because I have like two things for new business.
I did have old business, but I consulted with legal. It is not advisable for me to ask that at this point, but he will follow up on my question and get the information to us.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you. All right, so I do have two things for my new business. For the ex officio student board members, there's a manual that I'm working on putting together, and I do have information that I will share with the entire board by the end of the week. I did share with the board questions, not questions, but areas that the students could potentially speak on. I just want to find out whether or not if the board had any feedback that they wanted to provide for those particular areas. And I also asked the students, so I just need the feedback from you guys, so therefore I can finalize that list and put that in the manual. So in the manual will be the information about board meetings, the dates, now that we have them finalized, what areas that they can speak about. And there's other things that NISBA has that is not that great, but I will include in that way. And so far, I have not been able to get a student manual from another district. So once whatever I have, I'll share it with everyone, and therefore you can take a look at it before I give it to the students.
When I got your email, Lisa, the thought that came to mind was that, these students and all students, unless there are other districts that have had these officers before, and I'm not aware of any. This is the first year the law is in effect, although perhaps they do exist. I feel like these are the students that will write the manual. They'll take notes all year. And at the end of the year, they'll write what I wish I'd known, when I started. And that'll just be the beginning of it. So I just think it's a task that you're suggesting to put together a manual. Like, I think it's kind of a cool special moment to just let them be the ones experiencing it and writing the manual that will get tweaked and revised as the years go by.
So, thank you for that, input. And that was one of the things that I did say to them, that whatever I give them, part of their task would be to look at and record what they've been doing this particular year and make it, adjustments because they're the first ones that are doing it. But simple things is like certain acronyms that we may talk about that give them those acronyms. So therefore they're a little bit more aware of the process. And that's also, it's not going to be a thick manual. It's very, 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 very slight. And then also, and this was discussed previously from the last year by Trustee Fanning. I really want to get a timeline for the superintendent evaluation to do the process so we can get it all timeline out and be able to make sure that we stay on target for it. So I will get that to the board as well. So those are the only two things that I have for new business. Anyone else?
I had one other thing that I had jotted down, at the moving up ceremonies to make sure that, or any gathering like that, to make sure that the translation devices are on hand. That's it. Thank
All right, so there's no more new or old business. There is one other new thing that I just want to mention. I do want to look at just, and I have to give some examples from other districts, looking at just changing the order of the agenda. So therefore the students can do their report in the beginning of the board meeting and they don't have to wait until the end of the board meeting. And some of the things that I have seen from two other districts, they typically do I think the superintendent report first and then the student report, or it could be vice versa. So I will share that with the board to take a look at. So therefore we can have them present early on so they don't have to wait late.
Right, Lisa, I'm not sure if we have to change much because we could put them right in at like 1C presentations.
I don't think it's really a presentation. It'd be more sort of report that they would be given. It's a report. So I'll provide examples and then the board can make a decision from there. All right, so at this point in time, I'll take community input regarding non-board agenda items. So before we get started, Mr. Snyder, this is when we're going to use the 30-minute one. Yeah. Hold on one second. I have to do the time, please. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Margaret Chef, Amityville. Just a couple of things. So, Superintendent Talbert, the last meeting I got up and I distinctly discussed the cell phone forum and the design of it. And I basically said, what's the cadence? How's it going to go down? What's going to happen? And I said, otherwise it's going to be a free for all and it all turned to hell because everyone's just going to be yelling out ideas. And you basically said that there was some type of forum that you did in the middle school and the process was good and so on and so forth. And then you just said 10 minutes ago that you haven't even drafted the design of the meeting. So were you lying then or you're lying now? Tell me what the deal is with the forum. I don't understand. You said
Ms.
the
Shuck.
you said the format
Okay,
works in the middle
let's
school.
not refer to lying.
Okay. Are you-
That's
Were
inappropriate.
you telling the truth then or were you telling the truth now?
Mrs. Shuck, we welcome your input.
I know.
In anything, but
But you
So
profess
just
one thing on
this-
one meeting
but
and then you
this-
say the
this-
But you
complete
are
opposite at the next
inaccurate
meeting.
because President Johnson is the one who alluded to the forum at Northeast.
Then
I never
apologize-
said it.
Then I apologize for
Well,
that.
thank you for
My
that.
recollection was
Our cell
incorrect.
phone forum will be well designed. We have several priorities that we're working on simultaneously. And just because I'm not able to report out item by item to you tonight, what the forum will consist of, the board has stated that they want a forum. My cabinet and I have discussed the particulars and will design it.
But again, it's dual information that was received incorrectly from saying it was a great system that you had previously. And then you said you were all ready for going for this one. And it doesn't seem to be the case, just pointing that out. And on the correspondence that you sent out for the cell phone forum, did you include the law so that people can view the law ahead of time?
Did we include the law on the forum
You
flyer?
said the information that on the cell phone forum, you said a mail, or something.
There was a
went out-
reference. Did you see it?
It was a reference to it, the law, yes, on the flyer.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I didn't receive anything from the school district regarding the cell phone. I'm assuming because my kids don't go here. And did it only go to parents,
It was on the website, it went on Parent Square and whatnot, and social media.
but nothing? Okay. And you made the reference to the law. You made a reference that there's going to be a law, or did you actually
That
note
there,
the law?
that there is a law.
So the parents are going in blind with the fact that they do not know the law before they go and sit in this forum,
If you look, there's a reference to the law
right?
that was established, so it's on there. So at the time of the forum, there'll probably be information that will be provided. That's the details they work on. So yes, there's reference to it on the flyer.
Okay, thank you. And for the summer programs that the other community member mentioned for the community, as far as not knowing it's available or not, that's when your tool of the calendar comes through. Because I had my kids in private school, I still looked at the Amityville school calendar all the time. So for May and June, you make a notation, like, don't forget to look for all the summer programs that are available. Look on the website, tell them where to go, send them a link. Do whatever you have to do to get that done. And for the finance budget coming up, everything else, I plead that you do not go back 5, 10, 15 years on the by building numbers, because that would be busy work and a waste of time. But I do hope that you hone in on your PowerPoint skills and your glossary for the budget, because that's one of the biggest meetings of the year, every year. Mr. Snyder.
Yeah, you
Thank you.
direct, thank you. Community input, non-agenda items.
Diane Eglinger, Amityville. I just have a question about the hiring application that was supposed to be on the website, and when I looked, it wasn't there, and then I realized that there was possibly a rescinding of that. So what's happening with that application for the public?
So it's gonna go up because
Because the date, was, I think, the 10th or,
yeah, so
which
it
is
will
2
go
days
up
from now?
because it did not, so it will go up. So we'll make sure that it gets up to probably tomorrow, yeah. tomorrow.
and then what's the date that it has to be in by? Friday? That's the 10th.
The 14th.
The
So we're
14th.
gonna- Yeah.
Okay, and in alignment with that, trustee Mesman asked that there was supposed to be a robocall about the hiring application also, and I don't think the superintendent answered that. She answered the robocall about the forum. But I believe there was supposed to be a robocall about the hiring application too.
So
So
Dr.
that means
Talbot,
it would
that's
have to
something that we
go
can-
up tomorrow.
it hasn't gone out, but it can go out tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. I have a big question about the $2 million, because in my brain, remember speaking about this $2 million many times at board meetings. And when the budget committee was going through the budget, in order to lower the cost of the budget, I believe we were pulling money from the fund balance. And I specifically asked, so if you're pulling money from the fund balance to lower the budget, that $2 million should go back to the community in the fund balance. So I didn't quite understand the discussion here about what we're using that $2 million for. I specifically remember this because $2 million to me is a lot of money. So I know for sure that was the discussion. Because I had it with Miss,
Watson,
yes.
Dr. Talbot,
So the $2 million that it takes to run Northeast or a little underneath that was utilized from district funds.
Fund balance.
Yes.
Mhm.
So your earlier suggestion about the money needing to go back to the fund balance to replenish it, I think it's a great idea, but that is to be discussed by the board and a determination to be made by the
Well,
board at large.
I take issue with that because that was exactly what Mrs. Biazzi said was going to happen. Because I know I had this discussion with her. Because it only makes sense. If you're pulling from a fund balance that you want to maintain in case of emergencies to help our budget, because at the time we didn't know we were getting the 2 million definitely. And I specifically asked, so when we get that 2 million, it will replace what we took out of the fund balance. So I'm just stating what was discussed because I remember it emphatically. The other thing I think is a great idea is how to get other people on the robocall list who do not have children in the district. So if that can come about, I think that'd be great because I would love to get those robocalls. And my fourth one is I'm going to go back to that food plan, the food. Okay. My question is, it does come from grant money, correct? No?
It's not necessarily grant money because it's administered by the USDA. And it's
Well-
a per meal reimbursable to the sponsors, and the public school system is a sponsor. So that's how it's funded.
But it comes from the government, which is our
Comes from the
money.
federal government,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, but my question is then, how do you calculate how, on a daily basis, how many meals you need? And if you have a surplus of that food, where does it go? Because I would think on certain days that you're going to have surplus. So why not find a spot where that money can go to families in need?
you mean where the food can go to?
Well, yeah.
So we do have a director who, based on trends and based upon the enrollment in the summer programs, they plan accordingly.
That's how you calculate, okay.
And in terms of excess food, I know there are do's and don'ts that a school district can.
I know there's laws about food and things, but I think there has been some leniency with that because I know grocery stores are now starting to give food away when instead of throwing it in the dumpster, they bring it to places. So I just think it would be worth looking into. And my other comment is now that we have those big signs up all over the community, maybe the calculations are not going to work out just from the kids that are students.
Thank you.
I don't know if it was, Jacqueline Stevenson, I don't know if it was mentioned tonight, anything about the board self-evaluation status of that?
The Board of Education did not do a self-evaluation for the 24-25 school year. The timeline that I spoke about in establishing, that's for the superintendent evaluation, but I can also add in there board evaluation, different times that we can do the board self-evaluation. Sometimes there's recommendations of when to do it, but we can decide as a board. When I say when to do it, sometimes they say do it mid-year and at the end of the year. Sometimes boards do it a little bit sooner. So I'll add that into my list.
For the next.
For 25.
Okay. And I mentioned earlier about hearing update at the end of the summer program, just to find out if goals were met. And I think another board member spoke of this as well. I really enjoy hearing from Mary Stevens when she gives her reports on the status of how the children are performing. And I would like to see more of that in the upcoming year, just to hear status and statistics. If that can be considered, I would greatly appreciate it. I don't have one, I don't have two, but I have 3 students in the district, and it's very important for me to know, where they stand, how the entire district stands. So I appreciate the information that she provides. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was the Zoom recording from the June 18th meeting. Now, for me personally, I think I mentioned this before, I go back and I listen to those meetings, and that's how I get my, my follow-ups. I come up here and I say, what's the status of this and this? So listening to those meetings is very crucial for me. So I wanted to know, Zoom has an option of a transcription option where meetings can be transcribed. So is it possible for the transcription of that missing meeting, if that could be uploaded, where the video is absent, but the transcription can be provided to the community?
So we can look into that and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay. I'm making a note of it here.
And if it's not available, could the district please look into the future into transcribing meetings? Because if that ever happens again, at least the community would have access to the transcription.
Thank you.
Janelle Cronin, Amityville. Quick question. I'm just going to tally in off of what Diane was saying. I noticed the big signs too at the high school. Is there a staff that's dispensing the food at the high school, or like what is the process?
So it's the summer feeding program. It's taking place at the high school, park, and Northwest. So there are 3 locations where we have our 3 summer programs taking place. And so staff is employed during the summer to serve the food.
Okay. And then I do note that there is an update on the district website. I just wanted to confirm, is all of the emails for the board trustees, are they the current, are you using your old email addresses, or do you have new email addresses?
No, it's the same email address.
Okay, so I'll be awaiting, Ms. Johnson, your response to my question earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, no, that's why I just asked, trustee Naren, was that, according to the policy that's here, it does not give a time frame. What I definitely try to do is respond back within 48 hours, but when with something like that, it's just sort of a generic response that, yes, we have. No, it's right here. I'm looking at it. There's no time on here. No. You're welcome.
Hi again. These meetings are long, but yeah, it's worth it. First I want to say,
Just give your name again.
oh, Daphne Baptiste. I know there's a lot of concerns tonight about the luncheon or the free meal that's provided in the district. I want to say thank you for that, because I know there's a lot of children that attend the Amityville School District that are probably homeless or probably in need of food. So having those signs around in the community reminds parents, caregivers that there's lunch that's available at school that their children can come and eat and not have to be ashamed of asking for food. So that's very important. And also, I would like to say, for those that are concerned about the free luncheon, maybe volunteer sometimes and you'll see the need of students needing access to free lunch. Also, I wanted to ask, why is the topic of removing diversity off the board a topic now? Because diversity is not just Black and brown people. Diversity is a wide range of different things. So why are we looking to remove that?
So what happened tonight, the policy, what happened was, the vote was to rescind the reinstatement of the hiring policy, right? But it does not mean that as a policy committee, as a policy committee, that we still can relook at it. One of the suggestions was stated that we could look at it to amend the current policy that we did not, that we're leaving in place. So it was a question that came up. There are some concerns that the word diversity, and the fact that the regulation talks about sending information to, like historically Black colleges, and a couple other locations, that it's sort of stating that we're only looking for African-American employees for the district. So that was the perception of some individuals when they looked at the hiring policy.
What does diversity mean to the district?
I think diversity means very different to many people within the district. To me, diversity is looking at, number one, individuals who are qualified for the position, who also who reflect our students, but also it could be someone who is Latino, someone who's Asian, someone who's Black, someone who's white, someone who's Indian, someone specific island, whoever it may be. That, to me, that's diversity. Diversity represents so many different people. That's number one. It also represents, to me, gender, right? Male, female, right? So I think that's another thing that's important as well. So it's just spreading the net wide when you're looking at diverse candidates coming into our district, because, and more importantly, that the candidates are qualified. Just because you're looking for diverse candidates and you're looking for diversity does not mean that you're putting qualifications to the side. It means that you're looking at all these candidates along with the qualifications to make sure that those individuals that are coming forward will be the best fit for the students in our district.
Okay, when hiring for a board seat, have the district ever hired someone based off being Caucasian, Latino, or African American?
No, it's done by election. So what
Okay.
happens is the community will decide who, so it's not, the
Okay.
community votes on the individuals. That's it,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Long meeting. I wasn't there, so you can't blame me tonight. So there's an overarching theme tonight. You know, whenever there's a reorg meeting and somebody's re-elected, there's always like this little glimmer of hope, small glimmer of hope that maybe they'll do the right thing, you know, represent the taxpayers, be in our corner. But really what I saw tonight is the re-election of a board president that impedes progress to the district. It took you 25 minutes to talk about a calendar. It took you even longer to talk about the abolishing or rescinding of the HR assistant superintendent. And I watched the board president repeat probably a dozen times, you don't need a motion or resolution. All of you need to know you can call a resolution or a motion. She has an equal voice to you. She has no more power than you. She has one trustee. Take your power back and be an effective board member. Like I said, the overarching theme is like the district is just like status quo. There's no progress. You're making decisions that are not in the best interest of the district. You're elected to represent students and taxpayers. You're elected to be the oversight of the superintendent. When you make pitches that, oh, she's too busy, like this is her job, like she answers to the Board of Education, your oversight, it's like really discouraging. And I really think that a lot of you don't understand your roles, even after all this time on the board. You know, we see the results tonight in real time, when you have a board president that will do everything to protect a superintendent, it impedes the process. It interferes with your job as trustees. You should do a better job. Not only are you here to hold the superintendent accountable, you hold each other accountable, other trustees. When you have a weak candidates for Board of Education, we're seeing the results again tonight with these votes. I mean, the votes were terrible, but I will say you basically handed your election over for next May. So thank you for that, at least, because we will be taking your seats. Lastly, it is wildly, wildly unethical that you allowed your superintendent to advocate for a resolution that directly affected her, to lobby for your votes to influence you. It is an ethical breach. You are the governing body. You oversee her. Wildly inappropriate. Get your nose in the NISBA book. Start learning your role. Should never have happened. If you had an opportunity to have an effective board president, somebody that could streamline meetings. A board president says 12 times the same thing to get her point across. You know why these meetings are so long? Because your board president makes them this long. If she doesn't get the vote she wants, she just keeps saying the same thing over again. If one of her, allies votes differently, oh my God, question again, did you mean to vote that way? It's like, it's so blatant to everybody in the audience. I am enjoying being on this side of the podium now. I really want you to be successful. I want the district to be successful. The students lose out when you make poor decisions. How you wouldn't want a permanent business official is not in the best interest of the district, the staff, the students, or the taxpayers. I saw how you snuck it on as an appointment after it was terminated. That was cute, but we caught it. That was a terrible vote. We're coming for all your seats.
Thank you. Any other input on non-agenda items? Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:56?
Motion.
Chris Neeren is first, Carol Seehoff is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carrying 7-0.